You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is the subway tunnel near my apartment has footsteps coming from the walls. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first time I heard the footsteps in the wall, I was holding a leaking trash bag in one hand and my phone in the other, trying to convince myself that the sound was just the Uptown 1 train grinding through a bad curve. It was 12:43 on a Tuesday night in Washington Heights, in that narrow hour when Broadway stops feeling busy, but never really gets quiet. The bodega on the corner of 181st still had its fruit stacked outside under buzzing white lights. A delivery guy in a black helmet coasted through the red at Fort Washington Avenue with his e-bike motor whining like a mosquito. Somewhere below all of that, under the grates and concrete and old stone, the subway breathed hot metal air up through the street. Then the wall beside the service entrance went tap, tap, tap. Not pipes, not rats. Footsteps, slow ones. I stopped so hard the trash bag swung into my shin and left a wet smear on my jeans. My name is Mara Ellison. I'm 32, and I had lived in New York long enough to be embarrassed by my own reaction. You don't freeze every time a building complains. You don't turn every weird hallway sound into a story. I rented a 4th-floor walk-up on 184th Street because it was the only place I could afford on a freelance copy editor's income, and because I had promised myself after my breakup that I was going to stop running from discomfort like it had teeth. That promise had been going badly. I still slept with a chair angled under my bedroom door handle some nights, even though my apartment door had 3 locks, and my super, Mr. Ortiz, had installed the chain himself after the guy from 2B got robbed at the laundromat. I still checked under the bed, which felt childish, until you did it alone in a room where the radiators knocked like somebody testing the walls with a knuckle. My private flaw, if you want to dress it up, was that I needed explanations the way other people needed sleep. If something didn't make sense, my mind stayed awake and chewed it until morning. The trash room was at the bottom of our building, down a half-flight of concrete stairs that always smelled like bleach poured over old coffee. A metal door at the back opened to a fenced alley used by our building, and the one beside it. Beyond the fence, past a narrow strip of cracked pavement and weeds, there was a subway service structure built into the rise of the hill. It looked like a squat concrete shed with a locked green door and a faded MTA placard warning against unauthorized access. Most days, I barely noticed it. That night, I noticed every inch. Tap, tap, tap. The sound came from inside the concrete wall behind the service structure, not from the door, not from the alley, not from above. It had weight to it. A heel, a pause, another heel. I raised my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam caught a shimmer of rainwater on the alley pavement, a crushed Modelo can, 3 black trash bins with their lids half open. Nothing moved except steam curling from a manhole cover at the curb. "Great," I whispered. "Fantastic." The wall gave one more tap, then it stopped. For maybe 10 seconds, I stood there listening to my own breathing, which sounded too loud in the tight space. From under Broadway, a train rolled in. The rails shrieked. The building trembled lightly through the soles of my sneakers. My phone buzzed in my hand, and I nearly dropped it. The text was from Jo. "You awake?" I stared at the screen as if she had somehow caused the noise. Then I typed back with one thumb, taking trash out. "Why?" Her reply came almost instantly. "Don't laugh. Did you hear walking?" I didn't laugh. Jo Marin, 29, female, lived directly below me in 3A and worked nights as a respiratory therapist at Columbia Presbyterian. She was Puerto Rican from the Bronx, sharp-eyed, usually exhausted, and the sort of person who could insert an IV while joking about your shoes. She had no patience for drama, which made her text worse. Jo did not ask eerie questions for fun. She mocked eerie questions. I looked back at the wall. "Where are you?" I typed. "Fire escape." I thought someone was on it, but it's not that. I turned my flashlight upward. The black zigzag of the fire escape clung to the rear of the building, wet metal shining in pieces. No one stood there. Another message. "Come up. Seriously." I tied the trash bag off with fingers that suddenly felt stupid and clumsy, shoved it into the nearest bin, and hurried back inside. The basement door closed behind me with a hollow slam that traveled up the stairwell. By the 3rd floor, Jo had cracked her apartment door. She was still in navy scrubs, her hair tied back with a pencil, one sneaker on, and one socked foot planted on the threshold like she had gotten halfway ready to run, and then thought better of it. "You heard it?" she asked. "I heard something." That's not an answer. It sounded like steps. Her face changed, not dramatically, just a small tightening around her mouth. From the back wall, I nodded. "Okay," she said, and that was worse than any scream would have been. Behind her, her apartment was lit by one kitchen lamp. A half-eaten bowl of cereal sat on the counter. Her orange cat, Miso, watched us from the top of the fridge with offended yellow eyes. Jo had clearly just gotten home from a shift and had not made it to sleep yet. I stepped inside because she moved back and because the hallway suddenly felt too exposed. Jo's kitchen window faced the alley. She had opened it an inch. Cold, damp air seeped in, carrying the smell of rain, garbage, plastic, and the metallic brake dust that clung to our block whenever the subway vents coughed. "Listen," she said. We stood beside the sink. At first, nothing. A cab honked on Fort Washington. A radiator hissed in the wall. Miso jumped down from the fridge with a thud and padded over to rub against Jo's ankle. Then, from somewhere below and behind us, came 3 soft impacts. Tap, tap, tap. Closer through her apartment than it had been outside. Jo looked at me. "That is not the train. No, say it could be a worker. It could be a worker." At 1 in the morning, inside the wall, I didn't answer. The thing about our building was that it sat into the hill like it had been pushed there and forgotten. Washington Heights is all rock and elevation changes, streets suddenly climbing, stairs cutting between blocks, old retaining walls holding back more earth than you want to think about. Subway tunnel near us didn't just run beneath the street in a neat, distant line. You could feel it. Some nights, lying in bed, I could tell when the express passed because the window glass gave one tiny buzz before settling again. Jo slid her phone open and tapped at the screen. "What are you doing?" I asked, recording. The apartment became awkwardly quiet, like the air knew it was being watched. Jo held the phone toward the window. Her wrist was steady. Mine would not have been. A minute passed. Then 2. The refrigerator clicked on. The cat started licking himself with small damp sounds. "Maybe it stopped," I said. Jo cut me a look. Then the footsteps started again. Not 3 this time. 7. Tap, 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 a pause. Tap, tap. They moved sideways, or seemed to. The sound traveled behind the kitchen wall from left to right, toward the shared brick partition between our building and the next. There was a faint scrape after the last one, like fabric or a rubber sole dragging against rough concrete. Jo's recording hand dipped. "Did you get that?" I asked. She saved the file without looking at it. "I got it." We listened to the recording twice, both of us leaning over her cracked phone screen like it could explain itself. The playback made the footsteps thinner, but not imaginary. You could hear the radiator. You could hear one car pass. Then, under it all, the taps. 2, even to be random. Too close to ignore. "Could be someone in the subway maintenance space," I said, "walking in a wall. Maybe there's a passage." Then why do I hear it in my kitchen? That was a good question, and I hated good questions when they had no safe answer. My phone rang. It was my brother, which at 1:07 a.m. meant either he had forgot the time difference from Denver again, or he was drunk. I almost didn't pick up then, did because normal things felt useful. "Hey," I said. "Mayor, you alive?" His voice was bright and too loud. "Mom said you didn't call her back." Evan Ellison, 35 male, was my older brother, a high school history teacher in Colorado who still treated me like I was 21, and crying in a bus station with 2 duffel bags, because once, years ago, I had been. He was kind, irritatingly perceptive, and convinced that most of my problems could be solved by eating real dinner and moving somewhere with trees. "I'm alive," I said. "It's late." "Right, sorry." "I forgot, you sound weird." Jo raised her eyebrows at me. "I'm in my neighbor's kitchen listening to footsteps in the wall," I said, because sleep deprivation makes honesty easier. There was a pause. Then Evan said, "Is this a New York thing or a call the police thing?" Jo whispered, "Both." I put him on speaker. "Hi, Evan," Jo said. "It's Jo from downstairs. Your sister is not being dramatic." "Never said she was," he said, though he absolutely had been about to. "Can you 2 leave the apartment?" That was Evan, straight to evacuation. He had inherited our mother's talent for making concerns sound like instruction. "We don't even know what it is," I said. "Okay, but if you think someone is in a wall." "We don't think someone is in a wall," I said too quickly. Jo gave me a look that said, "Speak for yourself." From the kitchen wall came a single knock. Not a footstep, a knock, harder, lower, duller. Jo flinched back from the counter and hit her hip on a drawer handle. The cat bolted under the couch, claws skittering on the wood. Evan said, "What was that?" Nobody answered him. Another knock. This one came from farther down, near the baseboard behind Jo's small table. A framed print above it trembled against the paint. Not much, just enough to make a dry little ticking sound where the frame tapped the wall. "Out," Evan said through the phone. "Now." Joe grabbed her keys from the hook by the door. I grabbed nothing because I had brought nothing except my phone, which was now slick in my palm. We stepped into the hallway, and the building seemed embarrassingly ordinary. Scuffed beige walls, flyers taped near the mailboxes downstairs, someone's Amazon package leaning outside see. The overhead light flickered once, not in a horror movie way, just a cheap bulb in an old fixture way that still made both of us stop. Mrs. Langer's door opened across the hall. Ruth Langer, 71, female, lived in 3B and had been in the building since the late 80s. She was a retired librarian from Queens, small and precise, with silver hair pinned back and a habit of knowing everyone's business before they knew it themselves. She wore a quilted robe and held a wooden cane, though I had seen her carry grocery bags with more strength than half the men in our building. "What are you girls doing?" she asked. Joe lowered her voice. "Did we wake you?" "No, the knocking did." Ruth looked from Joe to me. "I thought someone was doing repairs." "At 1 a.m, I said. "That's why I opened the door." On speaker, Evan said, "Who's that?" "My brother," I told Ruth. "Tell your brother to call you tomorrow," Ruth said. "You need both hands." That almost made me laugh. Almost. A floor above us, a door opened and a man said, "Yo, is someone moving furniture?" That was Caleb Price, 26, male, from 4B, a software support guy from Ohio who worked remote hours and treated the building like a dorm he had accidentally rented into. He leaned over the railing in sweatpants, hair flattened on one side, vape pen in hand. "No furniture," Joe said. The knocking came again. This time, everyone heard it. It didn't come from Joe's apartment now. It came through the stairwell wall behind the mail chute, deep inside the building's backside. 3 dull hits, spaced like someone testing where the hollow part was. Caleb stopped leaning. "Okay, what the hell?" Ruth's expression did not shift, but her fingers tightened around the cane. Mr. Ortiz's apartment was on the first floor, beside the entry vestibule. We all went down together, not running, because running would have admitted something we were not ready to admit. The stairs smelled like old paint, damp wool, and the lemon cleaner Mr. Ortiz used every Sunday. With each landing, the rumble of the subway grew stronger, vibrating in the handrail. Luis Ortiz, 58, male, was our super, a Dominican man with broad shoulders, bad knees, and a talent for making ancient plumbing surrender through insults. He opened his door in a white undershirt and gray sweatpants, his face creased from sleep, but the moment he saw Ruth behind us, he became fully awake. "What happened?" Joe played the recording. The stairwell held still around the tiny phone speaker. When it ended, Mr. Ortiz looked toward the back of the building. "That from tonight. 5 minutes ago," Joe said. He took a breath through his nose and let it out slowly. "Could be MTA." "At this hour?" Caleb asked. Mr. Ortiz gave him a flat look. "Subway works at every hour." "It knocked," I said. He looked at me then. "Knocked how?" Before I could answer, the wall behind his apartment made the sound for us. Bang. Dust sifted from the corner where the ceiling met the stairwell. Just a faint, pale sprinkle in the emergency light. Ruth stepped back. Caleb swore. Joe pressed her hand against the banister so hard her knuckles paled. Mr. Ortiz didn't move for a second. Then he unlocked the utility closet beside the stairs and took out a heavy flashlight and a ring of keys. "No," Evan said from my phone. I had forgotten he was still there. "Mara, no. I'm not doing anything," I said. But I already knew that was not true. Mr. Ortiz opened the rear basement door. The smell of bleach and garbage rolled up at us. Below it was something else, something warmer and mineral, like wet concrete after a long train ride. The service structure outside sat beyond that lower exit, just behind the fence, and through the little wired glass window in the door, I could see the MTA placard shining in the alley light. "Lewis," Ruth said quietly, "don't go poking around alone." "Not going in there," he said. "I'm looking." Jo had her phone ready again. Caleb had stopped pretending this was funny. I stood on the basement step with my hand on the wall, feeling the next train before I heard it. A low tremor, a pressure. Then the rails shrieking somewhere under the block. Under that noise, faint but distinct, the footsteps returned. Not behind us, not above us, outside, inside the concrete by the service door, moving away, tap, 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 then faster. Tap, 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 like whoever it was had heard us gather. Mr. Ortiz looked back at us. In the yellow stairwell light, his face seemed older than it had upstairs. "We can call 911, Jo said. "For footsteps?" Caleb asked, but his voice cracked at the end. "For a possible person trapped in restricted infrastructure," Jo snapped. "For a break-in. For whatever wording makes them send somebody." Ruth touched the wall with 2 fingers, gentle as checking a pulse. "Or we call MTA emergency." "Both," I said. Everyone looked at me. It was strange, being the one who spoke when I was usually the one searching for someone else to decide. Maybe it was Evan's voice still leaking tinny concern from my phone. Maybe it was the recording in Jo's hand, proof that this had entered the world of objects, not feelings. Or maybe it was my flaw doing what flaws do, turning into a tool at exactly the wrong time. "We call both," I said, "and we don't let this become one of those things everybody heard and nobody reported." Mr. Ortiz nodded once. "Good." Then, from the alley side of the basement door, came a soft metallic rattle. A key in a lock, not our lock. The green MTA door beyond the fence. The rattle stopped. The handle turned halfway and stuck. Jo whispered, "Is someone coming out?" Nobody moved. Through the wired glass, the service structure sat in its square of alley light. The green door was still closed. The warning sign was still there. But the handle twitched again, gently this time, like someone on the other side didn't want to make too much noise. My thumb hovered over 911. Mr. Ortiz held his flashlight low. We had a choice then: stay in the stairwell and make the call from behind a locked door, or step into the alley where we could see the service entrance clearly and maybe be seen back. The handle twitched a 3rd time. And this time, something behind the green door tapped twice. Patiently, like it was answering us. The first problem was that 911 did not understand us. Or maybe they understood us too well and had already decided which drawer to put us in. Jo made the call because she was the calmest when things got ugly. You could hear it in her voice, that hospital switchboard steadiness, the way she flattened panic into usable words. Possible unauthorized person in a locked subway service area behind a residential building, she said. We're at Yes, Washington Heights, near West 184th. We're hearing footsteps and knocking inside the wall, and the service door handle is moving. She paused, listening. No, I don't mean inside our apartment. I mean behind the building, connected to the subway infrastructure. Another pause. Her eyes flicked to me. No, we have not opened the door. The green MTA door beyond the fence sat still now, which somehow made it worse. A few minutes earlier, the handle had twitched like someone testing whether it would give. Now it looked like any other city door nobody was supposed to notice. Chipped paint, rust on the hinges, warning sign dulled by rain and street dirt. I stood on the bottom basement step with one hand braced against the cinder block wall. It was damp enough to leave grit on my palm. Above us, the building had gone quiet, except for the tired hum of pipes and the far-off bass note of traffic on Broadway. Below that, farther down and not exactly below, a train passed with a long steel groan that seemed to travel through the bones of the building instead of the air. Joe listened, then said, "Yes, we can wait outside." No, nobody appears injured that we can see. Mr. Ortiz made a small sound in his throat. She looked at him. He shook his head and pointed at the green door. The handle moved again, not far, just a quarter turn, then back. Joe's voice tightened. Actually, someone may be trapped. On speaker, the dispatcher said something I couldn't make out. Joe closed her eyes for half a second. "Yes," she said, "we'll stay back." Caleb, who had been filming through the wired glass basement window with his phone pressed almost flat to the pane, whispered, "This is insane." Ruth said, "Stop recording and use your eyes." "I am using my eyes." "You're using a screen." Caleb lowered the phone, annoyed but scared enough to obey. Luis Ortiz, 58, male, our superintendent, stood closest to the basement door with the heavy flashlight in his right hand and his keys hooked over one finger. He had put on work boots, but had not tied them properly. One lace dragged in a wet line across the concrete. He kept looking at the rear exit lock, then through the glass, then at the old breaker panel beside the utility closet. That was when the lights flickered. Not dramatically, just a blink. The emergency bulb above the basement landing dimmed to orange and came back white. The refrigerator compressor inside Mr. Ortiz's first-floor apartment clicked off, then on again. Somewhere upstairs, Mrs. Langer's wall clock resumed ticking after missing a beat. Caleb said, "Please tell me that happens here." "It happens," Mr. Ortiz said, "because of the subway. Because this building is old, and Con Ed does what Con Ed does." Another tremor moved through the wall under my hand. But this one didn't match a train. It was short, a jolt, then another. The basement door latch rattled. I stepped back before I meant to. Evan was still on my phone. I had almost forgotten him again until he said, "Mara, what's happening?" His voice sounded small coming from the speaker, trapped in the glass rectangle in my palm. I hated that he could hear me breathing. "Door rattled," I said. "Did police say they're coming?" Joe called. "What did they say?" Joe, still on with 911, gave me a look that said, "Not fast enough." Then she said into her phone, "Yes, we understand. Please note there are multiple residents present and possible access to subway infrastructure. There's also a power issue." She lowered the phone and covered the mic. "They're sending a patrol car. They're notifying transit. No ETA." "No ETA," Caleb said. "That means forever." "It means no ETA," Joe snapped. Ruth Langer, 71, female, stood one stair above me in her quilted robe, her cane planted on the step below like she was staking a claim. Her face had lost its sleepy confusion. She looked alert now, not frightened exactly, but narrow and focused, the way I imagined she had looked at overdue fines and kids whispering in reading rooms. "This building had a rear coal passage," she said. Mr. Ortiz turned. "What?" "Years ago," Ruth said. "Before your time. Before mine, probably. But Mr. Pell from 2D talked about it. There were old utility spaces behind the basement. Most got sealed when the retaining wall was reinforced." "Ruth," I said, "sealed where?" She glanced at the wall beside the mail chute. "I don't know." A small, stupid part of me was relieved. The footsteps had a possible explanation now. An old passage, a sealed space, something human, something physical. But relief curdled almost immediately, because if there was a passage behind our basement wall, and if someone had found their way into it from the MTA side, then the wall was not a wall in the way we had all been trusting it to be. Jo removed her hand from the phone mic. "We're staying inside," she said to the dispatcher. "Yes, we'll call back if it changes." She hung up. For a second, nobody spoke. Then Caleb said, "I'm going upstairs." No one blamed him. I wanted to go upstairs too. I wanted my apartment door, my chair under the handle, my ridiculous little rituals that made me feel like I had some arrangement with danger. But then the building went dark. Not fully. The emergency light stayed on, but everything else cut out. The hallway bulbs, the basement utility light, the buzzing fixture outside the rear door. Gone. The alley behind the wired glass became a flat black square, except for a thin spill of light from the street beyond the fence. Miso, somewhere upstairs in Joe's apartment, let out one long, unhappy yowl that traveled down the stairwell. "Breaker?" Joe asked. Mr. Ortiz was already moving to the panel. Maybe. His flashlight beam swept across the basement wall, over old paint bubbles and a rust stain shaped like a handprint. He opened the breaker panel and muttered something in Spanish under his breath. The smell came next. Not smoke. Not yet. A hot plastic smell, faint but sharp, like a phone charger melting in an outlet. Joe smelled it too. "That's electrical." Mr. Ortiz touched one breaker with the back of his knuckle and jerked his hand away. "Warm. How warm?" I asked. He looked at me. "Too warm." That was the concrete problem, the one none of us could talk around. The building had a partial outage and a hot breaker panel, while something or someone was moving around behind the basement wall. If there was old wiring back there, if water had gotten into a junction box, if someone had disturbed conduit in a sealed utility space, then this was no longer just weird. This was the kind of thing that became a fire in a wall at 2 a.m, climbed through cavities nobody knew existed, and filled stairwells with smoke before half the building woke up. Joe said, "We need everyone up and out." Caleb stared at her. "Out where?" "Into the alley with the door thing." "Front door, genius." Ruth nodded. "Wake the tenants." Mr. Ortiz said, "Hold on, we don't know it's fire." "We smell melting plastic," Joe said. "Your panel is hot. There are people asleep upstairs." He didn't argue after that. We split without really planning it. Joe went up to pound on doors on the second and third floors. Caleb took the fourth because he lived there and could move faster than Ruth. Mr. Ortiz stayed at the panel, switching off the main to the affected basement circuits while muttering about old permits and cheap landlords. Ruth insisted on waking the first floor apartments because, as she put it, people listened better when she sounded disappointed in them. I should have gone with someone. Instead, I froze at the bottom of the stairs. It was not dramatic. No one noticed. They were all moving, calling names, banging on doors, making the building suddenly alive with irritated voices and bare feet. I stayed with one hand on the wall and my phone still connected to Evan, who was saying my name in that careful way people use when they know yelling will make it worse. "Mara," he said, "go with Joe." "I am. You're not. I can hear that you're not." The stairwell wall gave a soft scraping sound. My whole body narrowed around it. There it was again, that flaw, that need. While everyone else was dealing with the emergency we could name, part of me had hooked itself into the thing we couldn't. I wanted to know where the sound was coming from. I wanted to map it, pin it down, force it into a shape I could understand. Because not knowing made me feel 8 years old again, crouched in the pantry of our old house in Albany, while my father broke plates in the kitchen and my mother whispered, "Stay quiet, Mara. Don't come out." Back then, I had learned that the worst sounds were the ones you couldn't see. Footsteps in another room, a hand on a doorknob, something moving closer with a wall between you and it. I thought I had outgrown that. The wall scraped again. Then a voice said, very faintly, "Hey." I stopped breathing through my nose. It came from behind the basement wall, low and muffled, almost swallowed by concrete. "Hey," it said again. Male, hoarse, close. I lifted the phone. "Evan, what? You heard that?" I heard something. My thumb shook as I switched from speaker to regular call and pressed the phone to my ear. With my other hand, I knocked on the wall. Once. "Hello," I said. The reply came after a beat. "Help," I should have shouted for Joe right away. That would have been the normal thing, the useful thing. Instead, I leaned closer. "Where are you?" The answer dissolved under a distant train rumble. I caught maybe 2 words, stuck, service, then coughing. Wet, hard coughing. That snapped me loose. "Lewis," I shouted. "There's somebody back there." Mr. Ortiz came fast, bad knees forgotten. "Where?" I pointed. He pressed his ear to the wall. "Say again." Behind the wall, the man coughed again. Then came 3 knocks, weak but clear. Mr. Ortiz's face changed in a way I didn't like. He went from skeptical to responsible, and responsibility sat heavy on him. "Joe," he shouted up the stairs. Joe appeared at the 2nd floor landing, breathing hard. "What?" "Someone's inside." She came down fast. Then the building was waking into confusion. Doors opened. A baby started crying. Someone on the 4th floor yelled, "Why is the power out?" Caleb shouted back that they needed to take the stairs and leave by the front. Ruth's cane thudded below the 1st floor landing as she barked. Shoes and coats, not suitcases. "Move." Joe reached the basement and put her ear near the wall without touching it. "Hello, can you hear me?" "Are you injured?" the voice answered, but too faint to make out. Joe looked at Mr. Ortiz. "We need FDNY. "I'll call," I said. I disconnected Evan by accident while trying to switch calls. Immediately, he called back. I declined it with a guilt so sharp it felt physical and dialed 911 again. This dispatcher was different. Male voice, tired but attentive. I gave the address. I gave the words as cleanly as I could. Possible person trapped behind basement wall or in adjacent MTA service space. Electrical smell. Partial power outage. Residents evacuating. This time, the drawer changed. "Do you see fire or smoke?" "No, do not attempt to access the space. Evacuate the building if safe. Fire department and police are being dispatched. Can you notify MTA emergency too? We'll notify appropriate agencies." That phrase, appropriate agencies, made me want to punch the wall. Joe was asking the trapped man questions. "Can you tell us your name?" A muffled answer. "What?" Joe pressed closer. "Say it again." "Denny," the voice rasped. Joe looked back at us. "Denny," Mr. Ortiz shook his head. "No MTA badge named Denny ever came here." "Denny," Joe called, "are you MTA?" No answer then. "Don't." The rest was lost in coughing. "Don't what?" Joe said. A louder sound came from behind the wall farther right. Not Denny, not the tapping. A metallic bang, then a quick scuttle of loose debris. Denny's voice changed. "Don't open." We all heard that. Caleb, halfway down the stairs with a hoodie over his pajama shirt, froze. Did he say do open? Joe's mouth tightened. Mr. Ortiz lifted the flashlight toward the rear basement door. Outside, the green MTA door handle moved again. This time it turned all the way. The door opened 2 inches. Cold air came through the cracks around our basement exit, carrying a smell from the alley that did not belong there. Wet stone, rust, and something sour, like old sweat trapped in fabric. Nobody spoke. The door stopped at 2 inches because there was a chain on it from the outside, looped through the handle, and a bracket in the concrete. I had never noticed the chain before. Maybe because it had always been there, ordinary as a lock. Maybe because someone had put it there recently. The chain drew tight. From behind the green door, someone pulled. Metal scraped metal. Mr. Ortiz whispered, "That chain is not MTA." Joe turned to me. "Front. Now. Get people out." I nodded, but my feet didn't move. There was a person trapped behind the wall telling us not to open. Another person or force at the service door trying to get out. A hot breaker panel. And half our building still stumbling awake above us. The time-sensitive problem had become too many problems stacked on one another. Evacuate residents before an electrical fire started. Keep the service area sealed until authorities arrived. And figure out whether Denny was victim, worker, trespasser, or bait. The chain outside jerked again. Harder. One link snapped with a clean metallic ping and hit the alley pavement. Caleb said, "Nope," and bolted upstairs. Ruth appeared at the first floor landing with 2 elderly tenants behind her and said, "The front vestibule door won't open." Mr. Ortiz turned. "What do you mean, won't open?" "I mean," Ruth said, breathing hard but precise, "someone has wedged it shut from the outside." That sentence changed the air in the stairwell. Joe looked at me. I looked at the basement door. Mr. Ortiz looked up at the residents gathering on the stairs in robes and coats and panic. The building's front exit was blocked. The rear exit led toward the green service door, where the chain was failing one link at a time. Behind the wall, Denny knocked twice. Weak, urgent. Then he said, "They're coming through." The first thing we tried was the obvious thing, which meant it failed in the most humiliating possible way. We went for the front door anyway. Not all of us. That would have been chaos. Joe made that call before anyone else could start arguing. "Mara, Lewis, with me," she said. "Ruth, keep people on the first landing. Caleb, stop hovering and help Mrs. Langer." "I'm not hovering," Caleb said, while visibly hovering. "Then be useful." He looked like he wanted to argue, but the stairwell had filled with frightened, half-dressed people by then, and even Caleb understood that complaining was a luxury. There were 2 tenants from 1C wrapped in matching winter coats over pajamas. A college kid from 2A holding a backpack to his chest like a shield. Ruth with her cane planted between them and the basement steps. And the pale shape of a woman higher up whispering into a phone. "No, I don't know. They said fire maybe." The building felt smaller with everyone awake. The stairwell ran straight up from the basement to the 4th floor, narrow and beige, with the front vestibule on the ground level to the east and the rear basement door down half a flight to the west. Our apartments stacked around it like boxes. Behind the basement wall, west and slightly north, was the fenced alley, the green MTA service structure, and beyond that the retaining wall cut into the hill. Broadway was east. Fort Washington Avenue was west and higher. The subway tunnel, or one of its service veins, lived somewhere under and behind all of it. That map mattered suddenly. Every direction had a problem. East, front door wedged shut. West, service door opening. Down, Denny behind the wall. Up, sleeping residents, smoke risk, no escape, but the roof hatch none of us had ever used. Joe led the way to the front vestibule with her phone light up. I followed, my palms slick around my own phone. Mr. Ortiz came behind us with the heavy flashlight and the keys jangling at his side. The hallway floor was old tile, black and white squares worn gray down the center where thousands of feet had dragged grocery carts and wet shoes through the years. The vestibule door had 2 parts, the inner glass door from the lobby and the outer metal framed door to the street. The inner one opened fine. The outer one did not. Mr. Ortiz shoved it once with his shoulder. Nothing. He cursed and tried the key. The lock turned. The latch clicked free. Still nothing. "Something S against it," he said. Through the frosted lower pane and the wet upper glass, I could see the sidewalk beyond, but only in slices. Streetlight, rain speckle, the blurred red sign from the bodega down the block, and low across the outside of our door, near waist height, something dark and horizontal. Joe wiped condensation from the glass with her sleeve. "Is that a pipe?" Mr. Ortiz leaned close. "No. What is it?" He didn't answer right away. That was answer enough. He took the flashlight and aimed it through the glass at a sharp angle. The beam caught the object outside, a length of metal bar shoved through our exterior pull handle and wedged against the iron railing beside the stoop. Someone had used the railing as a brace, pinning the door shut from outside. "Crowbar?" I asked. "Rebar," Mr. Ortiz said. "Construction rebar." Joe stared at it. That doesn't happen by accident. Behind us, Ruth called from the stairwell. Can it be removed? Not from in here, Mr. Ortiz said. The tenants heard that. You could feel panic move through them as a single body, a shifting of feet, a tightening of breath. The college kid from 2A said, We're locked in. No, Joe said immediately. We are not locked in. We have other options. That was only technically true, but technically true was all we had. Mr. Ortiz stepped back, lifted one boot, and kicked the lower panel beside the frame. The door shuddered. The rebar clanged outside, but held. He kicked again. This time pain flashed across his face, his knee buckling slightly. Lewis, Ruth snapped. Don't hurt yourself proving metal is metal. I can break the glass, he said, and then reach through broken glass into a bar you still can't move, Joe asked. No, you'll cut an artery, and then I'll have two problems. A siren wailed somewhere far off. Not close enough. In New York, sirens were weather. They passed over you without belonging to you until one stopped at your curb. I called 911 again, thumb fumbling twice before I got the keypad right. The dispatcher told us units were en route. I told him the front exit had been deliberately blocked with rebar. He repeated it back in a different voice than before. Deliberately blocked. There it was, spoken out loud. Do not attempt to confront anyone outside, he said. Move away from the blocked exit if there is no visible fire. Keep the line open if possible. Joe mouthed, good. Then the basement wall knocked. 3 times, not weak anymore. The residents on the stairs went quiet. From behind us, below the lobby level, Denny's voice carried up through the stairwell, ragged and muffled. Smoke, he said. Joe's face changed first. She looked past me toward the basement, then sniffed the air. The hot plastic smell had gotten stronger. Attempt 1 had told us the front door was intentionally blocked. It had also burned time we didn't have. We moved back toward the stairwell, and by then, the emergency light over the basement landing had started to flicker. The darkness under the stairs seemed thicker each time it dimmed. Mr. Ortiz limped, but tried to hide it. Joe noticed anyway. You sprained something, she said. I'm fine. You're limping. I said I'm fine. Fine people don't say it like that. He ignored her and went to the breaker panel. A thin gray thread of smoke leaked from the seam at the bottom of it. Nobody screamed. That almost made it worse. Screaming would have been simple. Instead, everyone stared at the smoke like we were waiting for it to introduce itself. Joe pointed up the stairs. Everyone higher than first floor moved to the roof access. Do not open the roof hatch yet unless there's smoke in the stairwell. Ruth, take them. Ruth bristled. I can help here. You are helping by keeping them from trampling us. That landed. Ruth turned to the tenants and raised her voice in the old librarian way, the one that made obedience feel like a moral duty. Single file, hand on the rail, bring your keys and phones. Leave everything else. Caleb took the back of the group, face gray. What about the cat? Joe looked at him. Miso, he's in your apartment. The smallest human thing broke across her face then. Not panic, not exactly. Pain. My window, S open. Miso won't. He hides under the couch when he's scared. A second later, she had turned toward the stairs. I caught her sleeve. Joe, I'm not leaving him to smoke. I'll go. No, you won't. She tried to pull free. I held on, surprising both of us. You know what to do down here, I said. I don't. Tell me where he hides." Jo stared at me, fury and fear sharpening her eyes. "Under the couch, back left corner. Carrier is in the bedroom closet. Blue plastic. Do not chase him toward the window." Mr. Ortiz said, "Nobody goes alone." Caleb from 2 steps up said, "I'll go." Every head turned toward him. He swallowed. "I know cats. My mom has 4. Also, I don't want to stand here listening to basement ghost man." "It's not a ghost," Jo said automatically. "Great. Basement trespasser man." So attempt 2 became 2 attempts at once. Mr. Ortiz and Jo trying to kill power safely before the panel ignited, while Caleb and I went to retrieve Miso from 3A before the smoke climbed. We moved fast. The stairwell above the first floor smelled like frightened people. Damp coats, sleep sweat, shampoo, old radiator heat. Caleb and I passed Ruth herding tenants upward. She caught my wrist. "Don't be brave for no reason," she said. "I'm getting a cat." That can still be brave for no reason. But she let go. Jo's door was unlocked. Her apartment looked exactly as it had 20 minutes earlier, and completely different because we were moving through it like thieves. The cereal bowl sat on the counter. The kitchen window was still cracked 1 inch. Cold air slipped in and moved the paper towel roll by the sink. The overhead light was out, so Caleb used his phone while I used mine, both beams cutting over chair legs and the couch and the framed poster above it. "Miso," Caleb whispered, dropping to his knees. "Hey, buddy, come on." From under the couch came a low, miserable growl. "Found him." I grabbed the carrier from the bedroom closet. Jo's room was neat in the way exhausted people are neat. Laundry basket overflowing, but work shoes aligned, blackout curtains clipped tight, unopened mail stacked by size. On the nightstand was a little framed photo of Jo in scrubs beside an older woman in a hospital bed, both smiling too hard. There was no time to look at it, so of course I did. "Mara," Caleb called. I brought the carrier. That was when something hit Jo's kitchen window. A white blur slapped the glass from outside with a wet, flat sound. I dropped the carrier. Caleb yelped and banged his head on the underside of the coffee table. For 1 awful second, the thing at the window looked like a hand. Pale fingers spread against glass, something trying to come in from the fire escape. Then it slid down, leaving a streak of water and pigeon feathers. A bird, just a pigeon, stunned or dead from hitting the lit window or blown sideways by the tunnel gusts and rain. Caleb sat back, holding his scalp. "I hate this building," I laughed once. Not because it was funny, because my body had prepared for a person at the window and received a pigeon, and the leftover fear had nowhere else to go. "You're bleeding," I said. He touched the back of his head. His fingers came away red. Not much, but enough. "It's fine. Everyone keeps saying that tonight." Under the couch, Miso hissed. Caleb's voice changed, softened. "Okay, Orange Man, I know. This is deeply rude." He reached slowly, got scratched across the wrist, cursed under his breath, then managed to scruff the cat gently enough to slide him into the carrier. Miso exploded inside it, a contained storm of claws and insult. Attempt 2 had succeeded in one small way. We got the cat. It failed in the important way before we reached the hallway. The smoke alarm in the basement began to scream. not the sweet little chirp of a dying battery. Full alarm, a hard, repeating shriek that bounced up the stairwell and turned every voice into fragments. "Move," Ruth shouted above us. A child cried. Someone dropped keys. They skittered down 2 steps and vanished into the dark between railings. Caleb and I ran down with the carrier between us, Miso yowling. At the 2nd floor landing, smoke had begun to climb, thin but real, flattening under the ceiling first. It made the lights from our phones look dirty. Jo was at the bottom of the stairs, with a towel pressed over her nose and mouth. "Up," she shouted when she saw us. "Roof, what about you?" "Roof." Mr. Ortiz stood by the basement door, not the breaker panel. That was wrong. The panel was now spitting occasional orange sparks from behind the metal cover, small and vicious. He had shut off the main, but something behind the wall still fed the fault, or something had bridged where it shouldn't. Smoke was darker near the floor by the panel, curling out and then being pulled sideways toward the rear door cracks. "Lewis," I yelled. He pointed through the wired glass. The green MTA door outside was open wider now, maybe 6 inches. The broken chain hung in a slack loop. Beyond the crack was blackness, and a shoe. A dirty white sneaker wedged in the opening, sole facing us. Not moving. Jo saw where I was looking. Denny. "Not unless he crawled through concrete," Mr. Ortiz said. The shoe shifted. A hand appeared at the edge of the green door, fingers curled around chipped paint. Then it withdrew. "Upstairs," Jo shouted again. We went because staying had become stupid. The roof access was above the 4th floor. Up a short ladder bolted into the wall at the top landing. I had passed it for months without thinking about whether it actually opened. Now 8 residents crowded beneath it, coughing and arguing, while Ruth stood at the base of the ladder like a tiny general with a cane. Caleb set Miso's carrier down and bent over, hands on knees. Blood had threaded down behind his ear. Jo arrived seconds after us, saw him, and pressed the towel to his head. "Ow, hold still. You're welcome for saving your cat. You saved my cat badly. You're welcome badly." The ordinary shape of that exchange almost steadied me. Almost. Then Mr. Ortiz reached the landing, limping worse now, and climbed the ladder to the roof hatch. He tried the latch. It moved. The hatch lifted 2 inches, then stopped. He pushed harder. Metal scraped overhead. "It's chained," he said. Ruth looked up sharply. "From outside?" "No, from the roof side." "Why would it be chained from the roof side?" Caleb asked. Mr. Ortiz didn't answer. He braced one shoulder against the hatch and shoved. Pain buckled his face. The hatch rose another inch, enough for a strip of wet night air to cut into the stairwell. Then the chain caught again. "Fire department can cut it," Jo said. "When they get in," I said. Nobody liked that. Below us, the smoke alarm kept screaming. Under it, faint and rhythmic, came the footsteps again. Not in the wall now, in the stairwell below. Everyone stopped moving. Step, 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 slow, heavy, coming up from the basement. The tenants pressed back against the walls. Caleb whispered something that might have been a prayer or just profanity. Jo picked up a metal fire extinguisher from its wall bracket with both hands. The footsteps reached the 3rd floor landing. A shape appeared through the smoke. Tall, dark, head bowed. For half a second, every impossible part of the night crowded into that outline. The wall, the knocking, the blocked exits, the hand at the service door. I saw a man made out of tunnel grime climbing toward us from somewhere under the city. Then he coughed and said, "Don't hit me, Jesus." It was one of the tenants from 2D, Arthur Vale, 44, male, an English adjunct who kept odd hours and always smelled faintly of cigarettes, though he insisted he had quit. He had gone down to get his laptop from his apartment while everyone was moving up, apparently deciding that one underpaid semester's worth of student essays was worth dying for. Ruth looked ready to kill him herself. "You idiot," she said. "I thought I had time. You thought wrong." The misdirection passed, but it left damage. The residents were no longer simply afraid of the building. They were afraid of each other's bad choices. That was a different kind of trap. Mr. Ortiz climbed down from the ladder. "Roof hatch won't open enough. Front blocked, rear unsafe." Joe said windows. "Fire escapes on the rear," I said. "But rear faces the alley and service door. Front windows. Too high to jump," Mr. Ortiz said. "4 floors. Even second is bad." Ruth said, "The old laundry room." We all looked at her. "What?" She pointed down through the smoke. "Basement rear." There was a laundry room before they turned it into storage. It has a sidewalk hatch to the side passage, not the alley, the narrow passage between this building and the deli side wall. Mr. Ortiz frowned. "That hatch is sealed. Bolted," Ruth said. "Not sealed. Mr. Pell complained about rats coming through it in 1994. 1994 was 30 years ago, Caleb said. Ruth stared at him. "Thank you, calculator." The side passage she meant ran along the south side of the building, a claustrophobic gap between our wall and the back of the corner deli's storage extension. I had seen its exterior gate once, from the street. A rusted metal thing chained shut beside the deli's roll-down door. If the basement hatch still opened, it might lead out without using the front vestibule or the rear alley. It also meant going back down through smoke. Attempt 3 formed in silence. Joe spoke first. "We send 2 people down, not all. Find the hatch, open it, get everyone out." "Fire department said evacuate if safe," I said. "This is the only safe left." Mr. Ortiz shook his head. "I go." "You can barely walk," Joe said. "I know the basement." "Mara knows where the old laundry room is?" Caleb asked. I did, vaguely. "Past the trash room. Left of the utility closet. A storage space with broken tile and old machines under tarps that I had assumed belonged to no one." "I've seen it," I said. Joe looked at me. "No, I'm smaller than Lewis and I can move faster. That is not a qualification." "No, but it's true," the smoke alarm screamed. A baby coughed hard enough to gag. That decided it more than bravery did. Joe handed me the towel. "Over your nose. Stay low. 30 seconds in, 30 seconds out if you can't find it." Mr. Ortiz gave me his flashlight. "Keys," he said, pressing the ring into my palm. "Large brass, one might fit old padlock. If not, bolt cutters are in the storage cage. Red handles." "Okay," he gripped my wrist. "Do not open the rear basement door." "I know." "Do not go near the green door." "I know." But knowing and doing had been different all night. I started down with Caleb because he insisted, and because Joe couldn't leave the residence. His head had stopped bleeding, but he looked pale and furious at himself, which made him useful in a dangerous way. The smoke thickened below the second floor. We crouched instinctively, one hand on the rail, one sleeve over our mouths. The flashlight beam showed the stair treads in hard pieces, gray concrete, chipped edges, a dropped slipper, Ruth's missing tenant's keys glinting near the wall. At the first floor landing, the knocking behind the wall started again. 2 knocks. Pause. 2 knocks. Caleb whispered, "Is that Denny?" "I don't know." Then Denny's voice came through, much clearer than before, from behind the basement wall near the utility closet. "Don't use the hatch." I stopped. Caleb bumped into my back. "What?" I held up a hand. Behind the wall, Denny coughed. "They wired it." The words were muffled, but I understood them. They wired it. Below us, from the old laundry room area, came a new sound. A phone ringing. Not mine, not Caleb's. A cheerful default ringtone, muffled behind the basement door, playing from somewhere in the dark storage room we were about to enter. Caleb's eyes widened above his sleeve. The ringtone stopped. Then a text alert pinged. 1 floor above, Joe shouted down, "Mara, status." I looked at the smoke, the locked front, the chained roof, the unsafe rear, the old hatch that might be wired, and the basement where a hidden phone had just announced itself like bait. Behind the green service door, metal tore with a sharp crack. The final chain link gave. The rear basement door slammed inward from the pressure change, not fully open, but hard enough to blow smoke up the stairs and knock the flashlight beam sideways across the wall. For 1 second, through the wired glass and the smoke, I saw the green door standing open into blackness. Then, the basement lights died completely, including the emergency bulb. The stairwell became a throat, and the only way left was down. The flashlight was still on. I found that out because it rolled down 1 step, hit Caleb's shoe, and threw a crooked white beam across the basement door. Everything else was dark. Not city dark, not bedroom dark. This was basement dark, thick with smoke and damp concrete, with the alarm still shrieking above us, and people coughing somewhere higher in the stairwell. My phone screen was the only steady light in my hand, and even that kept dimming because I had it on low battery mode, as if saving 3% mattered when the building was trying to become a box. Caleb crouched beside me, 1 hand pressed to the back of his bleeding head. "Tell me we're not going down there," he whispered. From above, Joe shouted, "Mara." I swallowed smoke. It scratched all the way down. "We're at the first landing," I called back. Rear door blew open. Green doors opened too. "Come back up." Then Denny knocked from behind the wall. 2 knocks. A pause, 1 knock. His voice followed, faint and broken. "Please." That word did something to me. Not because it was eerie, because it was human. Caleb heard it too, his face twisted in the phone glow. "Oh, come on, Denny," I called, keeping low the way Joe had told us. "Where are you?" A cough. A scrape, then panel wall, old chase. They cut through. "Who's they?" No answer. Below us, near the rear basement door, something scraped across concrete. Caleb grabbed my sleeve. I picked up the flashlight and aimed it down the half flight. Smoke folded through the beam in dirty layers. The basement door at the bottom had blown inward a few inches. Beyond its wired glass pane, The alley was no longer visible as a place. It was just movement, black shapes broken by rain shine, and the open mouth of the green MTA structure. Then a hand came around the edge of our basement door. Bare fingers, dirty, male, not Denny S. unless Denny had somehow gotten outside. The hand pushed. The door opened another inch. Mr. Ortiz's voice came from above, rough with smoke. "Mara, back from that door." I backed up one step. Caleb backed up two. The hand withdrew. For a second, there was only smoke and the alarm and the low tremble of a train somewhere under the hill. Then the basement door moved again, harder. "Block it," Caleb said. "With what?" He looked around like furniture might appear out of guilt. The first floor landing had a metal trash can, a mop bucket, Ruth's dropped set of tenant keys, and the old mail chute bolted to the wall. Nothing useful. The door hid its chain. I had forgotten our basement door had one. A short interior security chain Mr. Ortiz had installed after a package thief came through the rear alley last winter. It stretched now, links tight, screws groaning in the old wood frame. Another shove. Top screw pulled halfway out. Caleb made a sound that was not quite a word. "Go up," I said. "No, Caleb, no, because if I go up, you'll stay here and do some protagonist nonsense." The door slammed again. One screw came free and pinged against the tile. That decided it. We ran down, not to the door, to the old laundry room. The basement hallway turned left past the trash room, away from the rear exit. I had walked it maybe a dozen times to throw out boxes or look for a missing delivery. In normal light, it was ugly and boring. Concrete floor, exposed pipes, storage cages, an old laundry room with broken tile and dead machines under dust-caked tarps. In the smoke and flashlight beam, it felt longer than the building should allow. The ringing phone started again. Bright, cheerful, insane. It came from inside the old laundry room. Caleb whispered, "That is not helping." We reached the doorway. The room smelled worse than the stairwell. Not just smoke, but scorched insulation and wet rust. The flashlight found two old washing machines against the far wall, a collapsed folding table, stacked paint cans, and a square steel hatch set low into the south wall, not the floor like I'd imagined. It was about 4 feet wide, bolted at the corners, with flaking gray paint and a rusted padlock through a hasp. Beside it sat a phone, not hidden well, placed on top of an upside-down milk crate. Its screen lit up with an incoming call from unknown. Caleb stared at it. "That's bait." "Yeah." "Are we still touching it?" "No." The phone stopped ringing. A text popped up. "Open hatch or they burn." My throat tightened. "Joe," I shouted. No answer over the alarm. Caleb bent toward the phone. "Don't," I snapped. "I'm not touching it, I'm reading." Another text arrived. "Police won't get through front." Then another. "Open hatch behind the wall to our right." Denny hit the concrete hard enough to make dust fall from the pipe brackets. "No," he shouted. His voice was close here. Very close. Not in some endless, mysterious tunnel. In a narrow cavity behind the laundry room wall, maybe 3 feet away, separated from us by brick, old plaster, and bad history. "Denny," I yelled. "Who are they?" A cough, then scrappers. Caleb blinked at me. "Scrappers," Denny dragged in a breath. "Copper cable. They use service tunnels. I saw them. They locked me in." That that snapped the pieces into a shape I hated because it made sense. Copper thieves. People cutting wiring out of old infrastructure, using abandoned service passages and MTA access points, blocking exits so no one interrupted them or called attention before they could clear out. The footsteps in the walls weren't coming from nowhere. They were coming from old utility chases connected to the retaining wall and the subway service structure. The electrical fault wasn't bad luck. It was damage. And now those men were trying to force us to open the side hatch, maybe because they needed a way out, maybe because they wanted us gathered in one place, maybe because they had done this before. The basement door chain snapped. The sound carried down the hallway. Caleb's head jerked toward it. Mara, footsteps entered the basement. Real ones, heavy and careful, not in the walls now, on our floor. I turned off the flashlight. Darkness swallowed the laundry room. Caleb's breathing came fast beside me. The phone on the milk crate glowed blue-white, lighting the hatch and the lower half of my jeans. I grabbed it and shoved it face down under the milk crate before I could think better of touching it. The light vanished. A man's voice called from the basement hall. Open the hatch and nobody gets hurt. He sounded maybe 30. Local accent, hard to place through the smoke. Not shouting. That made it worse. Joe's voice answered from the stairwell, above and behind him. Police are coming. The man laughed once. Police are outside a blocked door. Another voice, deeper, said, find the phone. Caleb's hand found mine in the dark. He squeezed once, too hard. The footsteps came closer. I could map them. Rear basement door, past the trash room. Storage cage, laundry room doorway. One man stopped just outside. The smell of him arrived before he did. Wet jacket, cigarettes, metal dust, old sweat. He clicked on a flashlight. The beam sliced across the room waist high. Caleb and I were behind the old washing machines, crouched in spilled detergent grit and mouse droppings. My knees pressed into broken tile. My lungs wanted to cough. I bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted blood. The beam found the milk crate. The man stepped inside. He was white, late 30s maybe, in a dark rain jacket and work pants, with a crowbar in one hand. A respirator hung loose around his neck like he had used it earlier and gotten lazy. His face was narrow, stubbled, eyes moving too quickly. Behind him, a second man waited in the doorway, broader, wearing an orange reflective vest turned inside out. He had bolt cutters in one hand. The red-handled bolt cutters from Mr. Ortiz's storage cage. That little detail made my anger flare through the fear. They had been inside long enough to take our tools. The first man picked up the phone. Got it, he said. From behind the laundry room wall, Denny knocked once. The man froze. Then he smiled toward the wall. Still alive, Dennis, Dennis, not Denny. Denny groaned behind the concrete. The man with the crowbar looked toward the hatch. Open it. The broader man said, we can cut it. Not if the old alarm wire sparks again. You want more smoke, alarm wire. Denny had said wired, not explosives, not some movie trap. Electrical. They had rigged or disturbed old alarm wiring near the hatch, and trying to force, it could arc, trip, spark, or maybe set more insulation smoking. That was the realistic horror of it. Not bombs, just old current in old walls, handled by men who cared less than they should. Above us, a child coughed again. Badly. Joe shouted, "Mara." The man in the doorway turned his head. "Who's Mara?" My body moved before my mind agreed. I grabbed a paint can from the floor and threw it as hard as I could at the far corner. It hit the wall with a flat metallic crash. Both men swung their lights toward it. Caleb and I ran, not out the door, toward the hatch. Caleb slammed his shoulder into the first man's knees. The man went down with a grunt, crowbar clanging across the tile. I grabbed the phone from his hand because I didn't know why, only that he wanted it, and wanting made it useful. The broader man lunged for me. I ducked. His bolt cutters hit the washing machine with a ringing crack. Caleb yelled, "Go." I didn't go. I scooped up the crowbar. The first man grabbed my ankle. I fell hard, chin hitting tile. Pain flashed white in my jaw. The phone skidded under the folding table. The crowbar stayed in my hand because panic has its own grip. The man pulled. I kicked backward and caught something soft. He swore. Caleb hit him with the milk crate. It shattered. Not satisfyingly. It cracked and collapsed, but it bought half a second. That was enough for Joe. She appeared in the doorway with the fire extinguisher and emptied it into the room. White powder exploded everywhere. The men vanished in it. So did we. I coughed so hard my ribs cramped. Caleb shouted. Someone slipped. The extinguisher hiss filled the laundry room with a chemical storm, coating my tongue and eyes and hair. Joe yelled, "Down." I dropped. Mr. Ortiz came in low behind her, limping, and swung his heavy flashlight at the broader man's wrist. The bolt cutters fell. Ruth was behind him on the stairs, not in the room, but her voice cut through the alarm. "Police, basement rear." Now, she was not talking to us. She was shouting out the open phone in her hand. She had kept 911 on the line. The first man tried to crawl toward the hatch. Denny screamed from behind the wall. "Don't let him open it." I grabbed the man's jacket from behind. He twisted and hit me across the side of the face with his elbow. My ear popped. The room tilted. I lost him. Caleb tackled him again, but Caleb was smaller and hurt, and the man drove him back into the washing machine. Caleb's head hit metal with a dull sound that made Joe curse. The broader man stumbled toward the hallway, powder on his vest, eyes streaming. Mr. Ortiz blocked him. For 1 second, they just looked at each other. The super with one bad knee and a flashlight. The thief with 40 pounds on him and no reason to care. Then Mr. Ortiz said, "My building." The man shoved him. Mr. Ortiz went down hard. Joe swung the empty extinguisher into the man's shoulder. It did not knock him out. Real life rarely gives you that. It made him angry and off balance. He grabbed Joe by the sleeve. I found the bolt cutters on the floor. They were heavy, too heavy. I dragged them up with both hands and brought the handles down on his forearm. He let go of Joe with a howl. Not heroic, not clean. The sound was awful and human, and for a fraction of a second, I felt sick at what I had done. Then the first man got the hatch padlock open. Not cut, unlocked. He had a key. That meant they had planned the side passage too. He yanked the hatch. A spark snapped blue at the top hinge. He flinched. but the hatch opened 6 inches, then a foot. Fresh air came through. So did smoke from the other side. And another smell: wet soil, deli garbage, rain on old metal. The side passage was real. The first man tried to squeeze through. Denny knocked frantically. Wire, wire. I saw it then in Joe's phone light. A black cable stretched low across the inside of the hatch, attached to some old contact box, and a stripped extension cord running along the wall. Not a bomb, a crude bypass, a dangerous one. If the hatch opened fully, the cable pulled tight against exposed copper near the smoking junction. Enough to arc, enough to keep the fire going, enough to maybe kill the first person crawling through wet metal and rainwater. "Stop," Joe shouted. The man didn't. Caleb, dazed and bleeding again, grabbed the old folding table leg and jammed it into the hatch gap. The man kicked back at him. His boot caught Caleb in the chest. Caleb folded to the floor, wheezing. Something in me went narrow and cold in a practical way. Not poetic cold, not dramatic cold. The kind your body makes when there's only one next movement. I wrapped Mr. Ortiz's key ring around my fist, grabbed the exposed cable with the towel Joe had given me, and pulled it sideways off the hinge bracket. It sparked. Pain jumped into my hand and up my arm, sharp and buzzing. I screamed. The cable came loose. The hatch banged open another foot. The first man scrambled into the side passage, but the broader man was still inside, and Joe was between him and the door. He grabbed the crowbar. Ruth's cane cracked across his knee from behind. He staggered. I had no idea when Ruth had come down. Later, I would be angry about it. In that moment, I loved her for it. "Old women are not furniture," she said, voice shaking. Then sirens arrived. Not far off weather this time. Our sirens. They stopped at the front of the building with a squeal of brakes and shouting voices. A heavy impact hit the vestibule door from outside. Once, twice, metal clanged. The rebar was being cut or forced free. The broader man heard it too. His face changed. He shoved past Joe and ran toward the basement hall, toward the rear door and the green MTA entrance. Mr. Ortiz tried to grab him from the floor and missed. I went after him because adrenaline is stupidity wearing useful shoes. "Mara," Joe shouted. The hallway was smoke and dark and alarm and my own ragged breath. The man was ahead of me, a dark shape moving fast toward the rear basement door. Then Denny stepped out of the wall. That is how it looked. The panel beside the utility closet burst open, and a man fell through it sideways, dragging broken lath and dust with him. He was in a filthy MTA gray work shirt that did not fit like a uniform anymore, jeans torn at the knee, face streaked black from soot and tunnel grime. One eye was swollen, nearly shut. His hands were zip-tied in front of him, wrists bloody from trying to work them loose. Dennis Denny Keller, male, maybe in his 40s, not a ghost, not a mystery. A trapped maintenance contractor or former contractor or unlucky witness. A hurt man in a wall. He threw himself at the fleeing thief's legs. They both went down. The thief kicked him in the ribs. Denny made a wet sound and held on anyway. I reached them and did the only thing I could think to do. I stepped on the thief's hand. Hard. He screamed and dropped the crowbar. Mr. Ortiz's flashlight rolled up beside us, its beam catching all of us in ugly pieces. Denny's bleeding wrists, the thief's hand under my shoe, my own fingers shaking and burned red where the cable had bit me. Police voices filled the lobby upstairs. FDNY, call out. Joe shouted back, basement, injuries, smoke. The thief stopped fighting when 2 firefighters in turnout gear came down the stairs through the smoke and saw him. Not because he was suddenly good, because numbers had changed. The next minute was confusion, but a different kind. Organized confusion. Professionals in helmets, radios, a Halligan tool, someone pulling me back by the shoulders, someone cutting Denny's zip ties, someone asking how many residents, and Joe answering like she had been waiting her whole life to give a report. 14 confirmed in stairwell. 1 cat. 2 suspects, 1 through side hatch, 1 here. Electrical smoke basement panel. Possible live wire at south hatch. 1 head injury, 1 hand burn, 1 leg injury, 1 trapped male with rib trauma. 1 cat. Even then, that almost broke me. FDNY forced the front door open from the street within minutes. The rebar fell onto the stoop with a heavy clatter that everyone in the stairwell heard. Residents were moved out through the lobby, coughing, wrapped in blankets from apartments, guided past firefighters and cops, and the sudden flashing red-blue wash of our ordinary block. The first thief, the narrow-faced one, had made it into the side passage. He did not get far. The deli owner, woken by the sirens and the pounding at the front, had come outside through his own side door and found a soot-covered man trying to climb the locked gate beside the roll-down shutter. He hit him with a broom handle and sat on the gate latch until police reached them. That part I didn't see. I only heard it later from Caleb, who heard it from a cop, who was laughing in that hard way people laugh when they are not ready to admit how close things came. Inside, the hatch cable smoked once more before a firefighter cut power properly from the street side feed. The alarm finally stopped. The absence of it hurt my ears. I sat on the lowest stair with my burned hand wrapped in a clean towel and my jaw swelling where the elbow had caught me. Caleb sat 2 steps above, an EMT shining a light into his eyes. Joe crouched beside Miso's carrier, 1 hand through the bars, letting the furious orange cat bite the edge of her glove. Mr. Ortiz lay back against the wall with an ice pack on his knee, swearing softly whenever anyone called him sir. Ruth sat upright on a step like a queen after battle, cane across her lap, powder from the extinguisher dusting her robe. Denny was on a stretcher. Before they carried him out, he turned his head toward me. They came through 3 nights ago, he said, voice barely there. I was checking old conduit access. Thought they were MTA at first. Then I saw the bags. What bags? I asked. He swallowed. Copper, tools, phones. They heard people upstairs tonight. Panicked. Why the footsteps in the walls? His mouth twitched in something too tired to be a smile. Old service chase runs behind your basement and up along the retaining wall. Sound travels weird in there. That was all, not all the answers, but enough to kill the impossible thing. The real thing remained. Men had been walking through the bones of our building, not spirits, not memories. Men with bolt cutters, stolen keys, and enough desperation to turn exits into traps. Men close enough to hear us talking in our kitchens. As they lifted Denny, he winced and added, "There's another access above the tunnel." A firefighter leaned in. "Where?" Denny closed his eyes. "Behind the old signal room. Ask transit." Then he was gone up the stairs. Outside, rain had thinned to a mist. The bodega lights still buzzed. A train passed under Broadway as if nothing had happened, rattling cups in cabinets, shaking dust out of cracks. Normal city noise. But when the vibration reached the stairwell wall, every one of us looked at it. Nobody laughed. By 3:10 in the morning, our building looked like it had been turned inside out and left on the curb. Firefighters had run hoses through the lobby. Police tape stretched from the stoop railing to the parking sign near the curb, sagging under the mist. The rebar that had sealed us in lay on the sidewalk, beside a pile of broken glass and splintered doorframe, tagged with a little yellow evidence marker like something from TV, except smaller and sadder in real life. Nobody looked cinematic. That was the first thing I remember clearly. Jo had extinguisher dust in her eyebrows and dried blood on one sleeve that wasn't hers. Caleb sat in the back of an ambulance with a foil blanket around his shoulders, trying to act annoyed instead of concussed, while an EMT asked him what year it was. Mr. Ortiz leaned against the building next door with one knee wrapped and elevated on an overturned milk crate someone from the bodega had brought out. Ruth sat beside him in her quilted robe, both hands folded over her cane, watching every official move with the suspicious patience of a woman who had once argued overdue notices into submission. I sat on the curb with my burned hand wrapped in gauze, my jaw aching in pulses that lined up with my heartbeat. The city kept going around us. A man in a delivery vest walked his bike around the fire truck and stared for 2 seconds before continuing north. A cab slowed, sped up, and disappeared toward 181st. From below Broadway, another train passed, its vibration coming up through the soles of my shoes, into my calves, through my teeth. I hated that sound now. Not forever, I told myself. Just for tonight. But even as I thought it, the sidewalk trembled, and everyone from our building went quiet at the same time. 14 people, one cat in a blue carrier, all stopping mid-breath because the ordinary machinery under the street had become personal. A firefighter noticed. He was maybe 40, male, helmet tucked under one arm, face streaked with soot in clean lines where sweat had cut through it. He softened his voice when he said, "That's just the train." Nobody answered him because we knew. That was the problem. It had always been just the train until it was. At the hospital, they separated us by what was bleeding, burned, or breathing wrong. Jo insisted she was fine until an EMT pointed out that she had been coughing for 10 minutes straight. They gave her oxygen, and she argued around the mask, which made the EMT laugh despite herself. Caleb had a mild concussion, 3 stitches behind his ear, and 4 scratches from miso that he claimed were worse than the head trauma. Mr. Ortiz had a sprained knee, bruised ribs, and a stubborn refusal to sit in a wheelchair, until Ruth said, "Louis, don't make nurses dislike you. They remember." He sat. Ruth had no visible injuries except a raw patch on her palm where she had gripped her cane too hard. The doctors still checked her lungs because of the smoke. She corrected one nurse's pronunciation of Dickman, while the nurse took her blood pressure. Me, I had a second-degree burn across 2 fingers and part of my palm, a swollen jaw, and a cut inside my cheek from biting down so hard in the laundry room. The burn hurt most once the adrenaline drained. It throbbed with a bright, electric insistence, as if my hand kept replaying the moment the cable sparked. A young doctor cleaned it and said, "You're lucky." I knew what she meant. I also knew lucky was a strange word for sitting under fluorescent lights at 4 a.m. with smoke in your hair and someone else's blood under your fingernails. "Will I be able to type?" I asked. She glanced at my chart. "You're a writer, copy editor. So yes, but not comfortably for a while. Keep it dressed. Watch for infection. Follow up with the burn clinic. Not comfortably for a while." That felt like the official subtitle of the whole night. Evan called 17 times. I finally answered on the 18th while a nurse taped gauze around my hand. "Mara," he said, and then nothing. "I'm okay. You declined my calls. I was busy. His voice cracked on the word, and I stopped trying to be clever. "I'm okay," I said again, softer. "I'm at the hospital. Burned my hand a little. Jaws messed up. Everyone's alive." He breathed out. It sounded like he sat down hard somewhere far away. "I'm coming," he said. "No, you're not. I already looked at flights. Evan, you got trapped in a building by subway tunnel criminals. When you say it like that, it sounds dramatic. It is dramatic. It's also over. That was a lie, but I needed it in the room." He didn't argue right away. Then he said, "Do you want me there?" I looked across the emergency department. Joe was asleep sitting up, oxygen mask fogging lightly with each breath. Caleb was texting with one eye half closed. Ruth was telling Mr. Ortiz not to scratch at the tape around his IV. They all looked broken open and stubbornly themselves. "I don't know," I said. That was the most honest thing I had said all night. Evan's voice gentled. "Okay, I'll stay awake until you do." "You don't have to, I know." He did anyway. The legal part began before sunrise and kept changing shape for days. 2 detectives took statements in a hospital family room that smelled like coffee, disinfectant, and old carpet. They asked the same questions in slightly different ways, which I understood was their job and still hated by the 5th repetition. When did we first hear the footsteps? Who touched the burner phone? Did the man in the laundry room say anything specific? Could I identify him? Had I seen the rebar before? Had Mr. Ortiz ever given copies of basement keys to contractors? The 2 arrested men were named later in an article that got most of the building details wrong. One was Patrick Havel, 38, from Yonkers. The other was Simon Krall, 41, from Queens. Both had prior arrests tied to construction site theft. Police said they had been stripping copper from disused conduit spaces and old signal infrastructure, using stolen contractor keys and gaps in MTA fencing. They had mapped the service chase behind our building because it offered cover, access, and apparently a place to hide bags of cable until they could move them out through the side passage. Dennis Keller Denny was not MTA exactly. He was a subcontracted electrical inspector who had worked on a survey near the old signal room 2 weeks earlier. He had returned off hours after noticing fresh cuts on conduit and missing tags in a maintenance area. That part made the detectives look tired. "You're telling me he went in alone?" I asked. One detective, a woman in her 50s with close cropped gray hair and reading glasses hanging from her collar, looked at me over her notebook. "People make bad decisions when they think they're preventing a bigger problem," she said. I almost laughed. I did not. Denny had surprised the scrappers. They beat him, zip-tied him, and shoved him into the old chase behind our basement wall while they figured out what to do next. The footsteps in the walls were partly them moving bags, partly Denny trying to shift position, partly sound traveling through a 100-year-old mess of masonry, utility cavities, and retaining wall voids nobody had updated on a floor plan since before Ruth moved in. The smoke came from damaged wiring they had cut and then tried to bypass. The hatch had been wired badly, not as a trap at first, but as a shortcut to keep an alarm circuit quiet while they used the side passage. When we started calling police and waking the building, they panicked and tried to force us toward the hatch because it was their cleanest escape. "Cleanest," Jo repeated later when I told her. She had been discharged with an inhaler and the kind of cough that made her ribs hurt. "Cleanest," she said again, staring at the boarded-up rear door from across the street. "They almost cooked us with a wire and called it clean. Our building was declared temporarily unsafe, which sounded official and final, until you realized it meant 14 people suddenly had nowhere to sleep." The Red Cross arranged hotel rooms for 2 nights. The landlord, who appeared at noon in a wool coat too nice for the weather, spoke in phrases like isolated incident and coordinating with agencies, until Ruth asked him whether he had known the roof hatch was chained. He stopped saying isolated after that. The FDNY report cited electrical hazards in basement service areas, blocked egress, and improper roof access. The Department of Buildings issued violations. MTA crews came with hard hats, portable lights, and a man with rolled plans who looked increasingly unhappy the longer Ruth talked to him. I watched them open panels I had walked past for months. I watched them pull out soot-black cable, broken brackets, pieces of old wood, beer cans that might have been 5 years old or 20, and one small canvas tool pouch that did not belong to any current worker. Police took that too. By the 3rd day, the green service door had a new lock, new chain, a metal plate over the handle, and 2 bright warning signs instead of one faded placard. The front vestibule had plywood where glass used to be. The side passage gate beside the deli was welded shut, then unwelded by order of an inspector, then replaced with an alarmed gate that beeped every time someone tested it. The roof hatch chain was cut. That should have made me feel better. It did, technically. But feeling better is not the same as feeling safe. I stayed at the hotel on 168th, the first 2 nights with Joe in the room next door. Miso spent both nights under the bed, emerging only to eat with a low, accusing growl. Caleb was on the same floor and kept knocking on our doors to report symptoms he had already Googled. "Do my pupils look equal?" he asked me once in the hallway. "They look anxious." "That's not a diagnosis. Neither is Wikipedia." Joe opened her door behind him and said, "If you vomit or forget your name, go back to the ER. Otherwise, drink water and stop shining your phone in your own eyes." He nodded solemnly. "Yes, nurse. I'm a respiratory therapist." "Yes, respiratory therapist." Then he looked at me. "You okay?" I almost said fine. We had retired that word. "No," I said. He nodded again, less joking now. "Yeah, same." That was the strange gift of it, if I can call anything about that week a gift. Nobody in our little group had to pretend very hard with each other. Mr. Ortiz admitted his knee hurt. Joe admitted she kept hearing the extinguisher hiss whenever the hotel heater kicked on. Ruth admitted, in a voice that dared me to make a thing of it, that she had dreamed of being unable to open a library door while children waited outside in the rain. Me, I admitted nothing at first. I did practical things. I gave statements. I picked up prescriptions. I bought cheap sweatpants because my jeans still smelled like smoke, even after washing. I sent photos of my bandaged hand to Evan so he would stop imagining worse. I answered emails from clients with one hand and lied about having a small apartment emergency. At night, I lay in the hotel bed and listened. Hotels make noise differently from apartments. Ice machines, elevators, a toilet flushing through the wall, a couple arguing softly 3 rooms down, someone rolling luggage over carpet at 2:00 a.m. Every sound asked to be explained. My mind tried. That was the old habit, the pantry habit, the little girl habit of believing that if I could identify the footstep, the hand, the doorknob, I could survive what came next. On the 4th night, Evan arrived anyway. He didn't ask permission this time. He texted me from LaGuardia. "I know you said no. I'm still here. Be mad after dinner." I was mad for about 8 minutes. Then he hugged me too carefully in the hotel lobby, avoiding my hand and jaw, and I cried into his coat in a way I hated and needed. Joe saw us from the elevator and turned around like she had forgotten something, giving me the dignity of pretending she hadn't. Evan stayed 3 days. He did not fix anything. That was what made it helpful. He carried grocery bags. He sat with me through a follow-up interview. He made dinner in the hotel microwave that was objectively terrible and still better than vending machine crackers. When I woke up at 3:00 a.m. because someone in the hallway dragged a suitcase past my door, and my body decided it was the basement again, he answered on the first ring from his room across the hall. "Train?" he asked. "Suitcase? Want me to talk?" "No." "Okay." He stayed on the line anyway. When we were allowed back into the building, it was 10 days later and only during daylight. The landlord called it a supervised return for essential belongings, as if we were visiting a crime scene in a museum, which, in a way, we were. The lobby smelled like plywood, cold dust, and fresh paint trying to cover smoke. The basement was closed behind a temporary construction barrier. The rear door had been replaced. The utility closet had a padlock and a notice printed in 3 languages. The stairwell walls had been scrubbed, but if you knew where to look, there were faint gray smudges where smoke had gathered at the corners. Jo went straight to her apartment and opened every cabinet. "What are you doing?" I asked, checking. "For what?" She looked at me. I nodded. "Right." Caleb stood in the hall outside 4B, holding a laundry basket and wearing a bike helmet. I stared at him. He lifted one finger. "Before you say anything, I am medically cleared and emotionally ridiculous." "Good to know." Ruth moved more slowly than usual, but refused help carrying books into a tote bag. Mr. Ortiz, wearing a knee brace, followed an electrician through the first-floor hall and pointed at things with the angry precision of a man who would never again trust a closed panel. I went into my apartment last. It looked exactly the same. That was almost offensive. My mug sat beside the sink. My throw blanket was folded badly over the couch. A stack of client pages waited on my desk with a pen across the top. My bedroom chair was still angled under the door handle because I had left it there before taking out the trash. I stood looking at it for a long time. Then I moved the chair back to the desk, not because I was suddenly fearless, because it had not saved me, because the danger had come through walls I had never thought to guard, because a chair under a handle was a ritual, and I needed fewer rituals that pretended to be plans. The building reopened fully 3 weeks later, though not everyone came back. The family with the baby moved to Yonkers. Arthur from 2D broke his lease and told everyone it was because of air quality, though Caleb claimed he saw Arthur carrying 3 boxes of student essays and no air purifier. Ruth returned on the first day with a new smoke detector, a battery radio, and a printed evacuation plan she taped in the lobby until the landlord sent someone to remove it. She taped up another one the next morning. Jo and I started having coffee on the stoop after her night shifts. Not every day, just sometimes. We didn't talk much about the basement. We talked about rent, weather, the deli's terrible egg sandwiches, Miso's ongoing hatred of Caleb, and whether the bodega cat had a second family on 183rd. Ordinary things, carefully ordinary. One morning in late April, MTA workers opened the green service door while I was leaving for a dentist appointment. Real workers this time. Vests, badges, cones, clipboard, the whole comforting theater of procedure. One of them recognized me from the reports and gave a small nod. "All sealed up in there?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He hesitated just long enough. "Known access points are secured," he said. Known. That word stayed with me all day. The legal case moved on without needing us much after that. Havel and Kroll were charged with burglary, reckless endangerment, unlawful imprisonment, assault, and a list of theft and infrastructure charges that sounded both serious and incomplete. Denny survived with cracked ribs, a concussion, infected wrist wounds, and the weary fame of a local news segment that blurred our building, but not enough. He sent Jo a thank you note through the detective. Inside was one sentence for all of us. You heard me when they hoped nobody would. I kept it pinned above my desk for a while. Then I put it in a drawer. Some things do not need to watch you work. I still live in the building. People always ask that part like it is the twist. Why would you stay? The answer is embarrassingly practical. Rent, lease, money, new locks, new inspections. The fact that fear does not pay broker fees. Also, if I am honest, leaving immediately would have felt too much, like letting the walls keep something from me. But I don't take the trash out after midnight anymore. Jo doesn't leave her kitchen window cracked. Caleb installed a camera facing the hallway, then spent 2 weeks apologizing for becoming that guy. Ruth carries a whistle on her keychain. Mr. Ortiz checks the basement locks every night at 9, even when it rains, even when his knee acts up, even when we tell him the cameras work. We are all almost normal. Almost is doing a lot of work. Last week, I was coming home just after sunset with groceries cutting red lines into my fingers. The service structure behind the fence had a fresh coat of green paint. The warning signs were clean. A new motion light snapped on when I passed, bright enough to show every weed in the pavement cracks. From beneath Broadway, the train came through. The sidewalk trembled. A bottle cap rolled in the gutter. Then from behind the concrete near the service door, I heard 2 taps. Soft, measured. I stopped. A worker, I thought. A pipe. A rat knocking something loose. The city settling into itself. All the explanations lined up neatly, waiting to be chosen. I stood there until the motion light clicked off and the alley went dim again. No second knock came. No footsteps followed. Nothing moved behind the door. Still, when I went upstairs, I told Jo. She did not laugh. She did not tell me I imagined it. She took her phone from her pocket, opened a blank recording, and set it on the kitchen counter between us while the evening train rattled the walls. Then we waited, not because we believed in ghosts or curses or anything so clean as that. We waited because now we knew how much of a building could be hollow. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is the town's only taxi driver refuses to pick up anyone from Maple Street. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first strange thing wasn't the taxi refusing to come. It was the dispatcher saying my address back to me like I'd confessed to something. Maple Street, she said, and on the other end of the line, I heard a keyboard stop clacking. Not slow down. Stop. I had one hand cupped around my phone and the other pressed flat against the glass door of Langford's Market, holding it shut against the October wind. Rain came down in thin, needling lines, the kind that made the sidewalk shine black under the street lamps. Behind me, the market's fluorescent lights buzzed over 2 empty checkout lanes, a display of bruised apples, and the smell of wet cardboard from the recycling bin by the entrance. Yeah, I said, Maple And third, in Barrow Falls. Another pause. Then the dispatcher, softer now, said, "We're on Maple." That was when I should have hung up. My name is Nora Keene, 29, female, and I had moved back to Barrow Falls, Pennsylvania, 3 weeks earlier because my father's hip replacement had gone badly, and because my life in Pittsburgh had narrowed down to an unpaid internship, a sublet with mold in the bathroom ceiling, and a boyfriend who had become very good at sounding concerned without ever actually helping. Barrow Falls was the kind of town people called pretty when they didn't have to stay. 4,000 people tucked in the folded hills off Route 6, old brick storefronts, a stone church with a cracked bell, maple trees that turned red all at once, like someone had tipped paint over the streets. I had grown up there. I knew every pothole between the elementary school and the cemetery. I knew which houses put out full-size candy bars and which old men would call the cops if your bike leaned against their fence. What I didn't know, apparently, was why the only taxi driver in town had a problem with Maple Street. "I'm at Langford's right now," I said, trying to sound reasonable. "I need a ride to 18 Maple. I've got groceries, it's pouring, and my dad can't drive." The dispatcher exhaled through her nose. The sound fuzzed against the speaker. "I can send Dale to Langford S," she said, "but he won't take you to Maple." "Sorry, he can drop you at 3rd, she said, "or the Methodist church lot. That's close." "3rd is Maple," I said. "No, honey, 3rd is 3rd. That little honey did something to my mood. It was late. I was cold. My paper grocery bags were already softening at the bottom because I'd set them too close to the door. One had a carton of eggs in it. My father was at home alone with the television too loud and the walker parked too far from his recliner because he hated admitting he needed it. And I had spent the last 2 weeks telling myself that moving back here did not mean I had failed. So I said, "Can I talk to the driver? Dale's driving. Can you radio him?" He said no Maple pickups and no Maple drop-offs after dark. The fluorescent light over the cigarette cabinet flickered. Somewhere in the back, the compressor on the meat cooler kicked on with a clunk and a shudder, then settled into a low metallic hum. I looked through the rain-streaked glass. Across Main Street, Finch's Hardware had gone dark, except for one orange bulb over the side entrance. A plastic skeleton, left over from somebody's early Halloween decorating, swung on its string in the wind and tapped gently against the window. Tap, tap, tap. "After dark," I said. The dispatcher didn't answer. Her name, I later learned, was Marlene Prout, 62, female. A lifelong Barrow Falls resident with a smoker's rasp, and a talent for making every sentence sound like it had been weighed and found dangerous. She worked the evening phone for Dale's taxi because there weren't enough calls to justify a real dispatcher, and because Dale hated phones almost as much as he hated Maple Street. I didn't know all that then. I only knew she sounded tired. "Is there some road closure?" I asked. "Flooding." "No road closure." "An accident?" "No." "Then why?" A paper bag gave way at my feet with a damp little rip. A can of tomato soup rolled out, bumped the rubber mat, and settled against the toe of my boot. Behind the counter, Mr. Langford cleared his throat. Arthur Langford, 71, male, owned the market and had known me since I was old enough to steal penny candy and old enough to return it crying when my mother found out. He was tall and stooped, with one shoulder lower than the other from decades of unloading crates, and he still wore a red butcher's apron even though the butcher counter had closed in 2018. He had spent most of my shopping trip pretending not to watch me compare store brand cereal prices. Now he was definitely watching. "Phone trouble?" he asked. I muted the call against my coat. "Taxi trouble," I said. "Apparently Dale won't go to Maple." Arthur's face changed. Not dramatically. That would have been easier to dismiss. He just blinked once slow and reached under the counter for a roll of paper towels that didn't need reaching for. "You walking," he said. "I'm trying not to." He tore off a sheet. Then another, then a third. Rain S meant to keep up. "Yeah, I noticed." From the phone came Marlene's muffled voice. "Ma'am," I unmuted. "I'm here." "I can send him for you at Langford S," she repeated. "He can take you as far as the church. That's 6 blocks from my house. 5 if you cut behind the library." I laughed once because I thought she was joking. She was not. The door opened hard enough to slap the bell against the frame. Wind shoved rain across the floor in a bright spray, and a woman in a navy raincoat backed in carrying a stack of flattened boxes against her chest. "Arthur, your alley light is out again," she said. I nearly went sideways on the step. This was Elise Morrill, 34, female, the assistant librarian at Barrow Falls Public Library, and the only person from my high school class who had stayed without growing hard around the edges. She had a round, open face, dark curls frizzing out from under her hood, and the permanently apologetic posture of someone used to telling people their overdue fines had gone to collections. Elise also lived 2 blocks from Maple and had been the first person to leave a casserole on our porch when Dad came home from the hospital. She stopped when she saw me on the phone. "Nora, everything okay?" I held up one finger, then said into the phone, "Fine. Send him." "To Langford S," Marlene said. "To Langford S." "And you understand he won't?" "Yes," I snapped, then immediately hated myself for it. "Sorry. Yes, I understand." Marlene gave me a confirmation that sounded less like a pickup time and more like a warning. 10 minutes, maybe 12. The call ended. For a second, the store contained only small sounds. The rain scratching at the windows, the cooler humming, Elise's wet cardboard boxes flexing in her arms, Arthur's paper towel squeaking over the counter, even though the counter was dry. Then Elise said, "Dale won't drive you home. He'll drive me almost home, apparently." Her eyes flicked to Arthur. I saw it. I didn't like seeing it. "What?" I asked. Arthur balled up the unused paper towels. "Dale S. got his habits. That's not a habit. That's a business refusing service to one street. Dale can refuse service to anybody if he thinks it's unsafe," Arthur said. "Unsafe how?" Neither of them answered fast enough. The thing about coming home is that everyone still remembers the version of you who left. In my case, that was 17-year-old Nora who skipped senior awards night because I didn't win anything, who practiced arguments in bathroom mirrors, who could turn embarrassment into anger so quickly people stopped trying to comfort her. I thought I had sanded that down in Pittsburgh. Standing there in wet boots with a broken grocery bag at my feet, I felt it come back like an old rash. Elise set her boxes down by the door. There was some trouble on Maple a while back. What trouble? Not your dad's end, Arthur said. Maple Street was only 8 blocks long. Every end was somebody's end. I crouched to rescue the tomato soup and saw my reflection warped in a puddle on the black rubber mat. Pale face, wet hair stuck to one cheek, the sharp little crease between my eyebrows that my mother used to smooth with her thumb and say, "You're not in court, Nora." But I always felt like I was. That was the flaw I carried around like a key in my pocket. I could not let a question go unanswered once I felt someone was keeping the answer from me. It had ruined conversations, friendships, possibly the relationship with the boyfriend whose last message I had left on read. I told myself it was curiosity. It was usually fear with nicer shoes on. "What happened?" I asked again. Elise opened her mouth. Arthur said, "Not here." That made the whole thing worse. Outside, headlights turned off Main Street and washed across the front windows. Yellow taxi sign. White Crown Victoria with rust bubbling around the wheel wells. The car pulled to the curb, wipers beating back and forth with a rubbery squeal. Dale had arrived early. Dale Haskett, 58 male, was Barrow Falls' only taxi driver because nobody else wanted the job. And because he had somehow made a living out of airport runs, medical appointments, drunk rides from the VFW, and teenagers pretending their parents didn't know where they'd been. He had driven my mother to chemo in Bradford County years before. I remembered his hands, big and red, knuckled on the steering wheel, and the pine tree air fresheners he hung in sets of 3 from the mirror. He was heavy-set now, with a gray beard trimmed close and a ball cap pulled low. Through the rain-blurred glass, I saw him look at the store, look past it toward the dark turn onto Maple, and then tap 2 fingers against the wheel. Not impatiently, like he was counting. Elise followed my gaze. "I can drive you. You just said the alley step almost killed you. My car S out back. I can pull around," Arthur said too quickly. "No." Elise stiffened. "Arthur, no sense in both of you getting soaked," he said, but his eyes stayed on the taxi. I looked from one to the other. "You're all being very normal," I said. Elise gave me a tired half-smile. "Welcome home." The bell over the door rattled again, though no one had touched it. Just wind forcing itself through the gap. A cold draft curled around my ankles and carried in the smell of wet leaves, oil from the taxi's exhaust, and something faintly sour from the storm drain. I gathered the groceries into 2 better bags Arthur handed me without being asked. He packed them carefully, double bagging the eggs, tucking the soup cans at the bottom, putting my father's orange prescription bottle in the front pocket where it wouldn't crush anything. The prescription was why I'd come out so late. The pharmacy at the next town over had finally filled it at 7:40, and Langford's had still been open when the bus dropped me at Maine. "Your dad know you're out?" Arthur asked. "He knows I'm not home." "That's not the same. He's fine." He wasn't fine, exactly. He was proud and bored and angry at his body. He had called me twice while I was in the pharmacy line, and once while I was choosing bread, not because he needed anything, but because he hated the house after dark. He wouldn't say that. He would say, "Just checking the cell service," or "Don't buy that wheat crap," or "You remember to lock the back door." But under it sat the thing we did not discuss. My mother had died in that house, in the downstairs bedroom we now used for medical equipment and unfolded laundry. My phone buzzed as if summoned. "Dad, you get the meds." Then, before I could answer, "Dad, rain bad here." Then, "Dad, power flickered once." I typed, "Got them. Taxi here, home soon." The 3 dots appeared, vanished, appeared again. "Dad, tell Dale not Maple." I stared at the screen. The market's hum seemed to thicken around me. I typed, "What?" No answer. "Your father say something?" Elise asked. I slipped the phone into my pocket instead of showing her. Nothing. It was a stupid lie, too small to be useful, too obvious to be convincing. Elise noticed. She had always noticed things. In high school, she'd been the one who could tell when a teacher had been crying before class, or when someone's parents were splitting up before the person said anything. She took a step closer and lowered her voice. "Nora, maybe take the ride to the church and let me walk with you from there." "Why?" "Because it's raining." "Elise." "Because people get strange about that street after dark." That isn't an answer. It's the answer I have. I looked out at Dale again. He hadn't gotten out of the taxi. He was hunched over the steering wheel, radio light green against his face, mouth moving like he was talking to himself or to Marlene. When his headlights swept briefly across the storefront, every raindrop on the glass became bright, then went dull again. A calm part of me, the part that had learned to make rent and send professional emails and apologize after arguments, said, "Take the ride. Get Dad's meds home. Ask questions tomorrow in daylight." The other part said, "They're treating you like a child." That second part usually sounded braver than it was. Arthur came around the counter carrying my bags. "I'll walk you out. I can carry groceries." "I know." He said it gently enough that I let him. At the door, Elise caught my sleeve. Not hard, just enough. "Don't push Dale," she said. I almost made a joke. Something about customer service. Something about small-town drama. Instead, I said, "What did my dad mean?" Her hand dropped. Arthur didn't look at me. Outside, Dale tapped the horn once. Not a long honk. Just a blunt little note that made all 3 of us flinch. The rain had turned colder. It clicked against the taxi roof and hissed in the gutter. Arthur held one bag while I climbed into the back seat, then set both beside me. The vinyl seat was cracked and cold through my jeans. The cab smelled exactly as I remembered: pine air freshener, coffee gone bitter in a travel mug, damp wool, and the dusty heater smell that came from vents in old cars. Dale looked at me in the rearview mirror. For a moment, he was just the man who had driven my mother to appointments, who had waited outside the clinic and refused extra money when she needed help getting up the porch steps. Then his eyes shifted to the street sign beyond the windshield. Maple SD, white letters, green board, rain running off the lower edge. "No farther than the church," he said. His voice was flat but not rude. "Hi, Dale," I said. "Nice to see you too." His jaw moved under his beard. "Nora Keene. So you do remember me?" "I remember your mother." dad shut me up in a way I resented. He put the car in drive. Arthur backed away from the curb, rain silvering his apron. Elise stood under the market awning with her arms wrapped around herself, watching like she wanted to run after us and didn't know what she would say if she did. We pulled away from Langford's. For the first 2 blocks, nothing happened. Main Street passed in the wet orange glow of lamps. The shuttered bakery with its striped awning sagging underwater, the insurance office, the war memorial, the town hall clock stuck 8 minutes slow. Dale's wipers squealed at the same point every sweep. The dispatch radio muttered low static. Then Marlene's voice broke through. "You clear on that pickup." Dale picked up the receiver. "Got her. Drop. Church." A pause. "Copy." I leaned forward. "Does everyone monitor my transportation arrangements, or is this special?" Dale did not answer. We turned onto 3rd. The road narrowed between old houses with deep porches and maple trees dripping over the sidewalks. My house was 3 blocks away now. I could picture the porch light, the cracked front step, the upstairs window where I used to smoke cigarettes and think nobody smelled them. I could picture my dad pretending not to wait. At the corner ahead, Maple Street cut left into darkness. Dale slowed before the Methodist church lot. The church itself sat back from the road, white clapboard and black shutters, its sign advertising a pancake breakfast from the previous Sunday. The lot was empty except for wet leaves plastered to the asphalt and a donation bin with one door hanging crooked. Dale stopped under the sodium lamp, meter off, engine running. "There," he said. I looked past him to Maple. The streetlights on 3rd worked. The church lot light worked. The porch lights on the houses behind us glowed warm through curtains. Maple was dark from the corner down, not completely. A few houses had lamps on inside, including ours somewhere farther along. But the streetlights themselves were out. All of them. The rain blurred the road into a black ribbon, and the trees on both sides leaned close enough that their branches made a wet, restless rubbing sound overhead. It was explainable. Power outage. Bad circuit. Town maintenance, ignoring something again. Dale kept both hands on the wheel. "Can't you take me 3 more blocks?" I asked. "No, my father is alone." "I know. Then you know why I'm asking." "I know why you shouldn't." The words landed heavier than they should have. I reached for my grocery bags. "What happened on Maple?" Dale looked at me in the mirror again. There were small broken veins in the whites of his eyes. Rainwater tracked crooked lines down the windshield, splitting the reflection of his face into pieces. "Ask your father," he said. "He clearly doesn't want to tell me." "Then maybe he's trying to do one smart thing." I opened the door. Cold rain blew into the cab at once. Dale said, "Nora." I paused, one boot on the asphalt. He swallowed. His throat clicked. "If somebody calls for a ride from Maple tonight," he said, "don't answer the door to help them. Don't offer your phone. Don't be kind just because they sound scared." For once, no clever response came to me. The radio crackled. Marlene's voice filled the cab, thin and distorted. "Dale, you still at the church?" Dale grabbed the receiver. "Yeah, you need to clear out." His shoulders tightened. "Why?" Another burst of static. Then Marlene said, "Line just rang from Maple." Rain ticked against the open door. The grocery bags sagged against my knees. Down the dark street, somewhere behind the rows of wet trees and porches, a dog started barking in short, frantic bursts. Dale looked at me. I looked toward home. My phone buzzed in my pocket. "Dad, don't come down Maple." Then, a second later, "Dad, go around by Oak." Oak Street would take 20 minutes on foot in the rain, past the closed school and behind the cemetery road. Maple would take 5. Dale still had the taxi idling. The church lot lamp hummed over us. I had to choose. Take the long way with the groceries through a darker part of town I barely knew anymore, or walk straight down the street where my father was waiting, where the porch light should have been, where everyone seemed to know something except me. I shut the taxi door without getting back in, and I stood there in the rain, listening to Dale's engine idle beside me, while Maple Street waited at the corner like a mouth held slightly open. I should have taken Oak. That's the clean version of the story, the one people like, because it turns disaster into a diagram. Point A, point B, bad decision in the middle. But standing in that church parking lot, with rain sliding under my collar and my father's medicine in a grocery bag that was already going soft at the seams, Oak didn't feel like caution. It felt like abandonment. It meant 20 minutes, maybe more, on the long loop past the elementary school, across the back of the cemetery road, and down through the older part of Maple, where the sidewalks buckled under tree roots. It meant leaving Dad alone longer after he had texted twice in that clipped way he used when panic embarrassed him. Maple was 5 minutes, maybe 6 in the rain. Dale kept the taxi idling beside me, exhaust curling white under the church lot lamp. "Get back in," he said. I bent toward his half-open passenger window. Rain pattered on the roof, fast and tinny. "Are you taking me home?" "No." "Then why would I get back in?" "I'll take you around by Oak." "You just said church was as far as you'd go." His eyes cut toward Maple Street. Changed my mind. That should have told me enough. Instead, because I was tired and wet and angry at being managed, I said, "Convenient timing." Dale's hand tightened on the wheel. "Nora, don't make this about pride. Then stop treating me like I'm stupid. I'm treating you like you're alive." The line sat between us, ugly and too big for the moment. My phone buzzed again. "Dad, answer me." Then, "Dad, battery low." Line dead. That changed the shape of things. I called him. The phone rang twice, clicked, then gave me nothing but a flat tone. No voicemail. No automated lady. Just a thin, dead electrical sound that made me pull the screen away and look at it like it might explain itself. I tried again. Same thing. Dale was watching me now. "What?" he asked. "Call won't go through. Cell service drops in rain." "Not like that. Text him." I did. The message hung under my thumb unsent. 1 bar, then none. Then one again. The grocery bag handles twisted into my fingers. "His landline's dead. He says his battery's low." Dale looked past me at Maple. The dog was still barking down there, somewhere out of sight. Short bursts, 3 or 4 at a time. Then nothing, then again. "Get in," he said. "Dale, I'll take Oak. I won't go down Maple." "Why?" He slapped the steering wheel with the heel of his hand, not loud, but hard enough to make me jump. Because last time I did, a woman climbed into my cab with no shoes on and blood on her sleeve, and begged me not to stop for the boy standing behind her. The rain sounded suddenly sharper. I stared at him. He looked sorry the second he said it. "What woman?" I asked. He shook his head. "No." "What boy?" "Nora." "No, you don't get to throw that out." And then a shape moved at the far edge of the church lot. Both of us turned. At first, it was just darkness shifting between the donation bin and the hedges along the side of the church. Then the shape became a person, hunched under the rain, one hand pressed to their ribs, moving wrong. Not drunk exactly. More like each step had to be negotiated. "Elise," I said, because my brain reached for the nearest explanation. It was Elise. The person came under the lot lamp and lifted a hand against the glare. She was a girl, maybe late teens, soaked through in a gray hoodie and plaid pajama pants stuck to her legs. One sneaker was untied. The other foot had no shoe at all, just a white sock gone brown and transparent with water. Her hair, light brown or dark blonde, clung to her face in ropes. Dale whispered something I didn't catch. The girl saw the taxi and changed direction toward us. "Help," she called. Not a scream. That would have been easier to understand. It was a scraped, practical sound, like she had used up the louder version already. I stepped toward her. Dale's door flew open. "Nora, don't." The girl stopped 10 feet away. Her eyes moved between us, too wide, too alert. Her left cheek was swollen, and there was a red line at her hairline where rain kept diluting blood into pale pink streaks. "My brother," she said, "please. He's hurt." A car passed on 3rd behind us, tires hissing through standing water. It did not slow. The girl flinched at the sound and looked over her shoulder toward Maple. That was when I saw the mud on the back of her hoodie. Not just splashed mud. A wide, smeared patch across one shoulder, as if she had been shoved or dragged against wet ground. Dale held one hand out, palm low, the way people do around loose dogs. "What's your name?" The girl swallowed. "Maddie." Maddie Voss, 17, female, was not someone I knew. But her last name came to me after she said it, because Barrow Falls had a way of storing surnames in the walls. The Voss family lived near the far end of Maple, in a green 2-story with a porch swing and a detached garage that always seemed to have its door halfway open. Her mother worked nights at the nursing home in Coudersport. Brother, I remembered vaguely, was younger and had asthma bad enough that people talked about it after school board meetings, as if illness were a zoning issue. "What happened?" I asked. Maddie's lips trembled, but her voice stayed flat. "Power went out. Mom's at work. Tyler started wheezing and the nebulizer won't work. I tried calling 911, but the landline's dead and my cell won't connect from the house. I came out to get help." Tyler, that would be the brother. "How old?" Dale asked. 10. "Where is he?" "At home." "Where on Maple?" She looked at him like he was wasting something precious. 36. Dale shut his eyes for half a second. I knew the house. It was 5 doors past ours. "Did you run all the way here?" I asked. "I tried Langford's first, but I cut through the yards and ended up here." Her gaze hooked onto the taxi sign. "Can you drive us to the hospital? Please. My brother can't breathe right." Dale didn't move. Maddie seemed to realize something in his stillness. "You're the taxi guy." He said nothing. "My mom said if there was ever an emergency, we could call Dale's. You called 911, I asked. I tried. Try again now. She pulled a phone from her hoodie pocket with shaking fingers. The screen was cracked at one corner and fogged under the glass. She tapped it, wiped rain off with her sleeve, tapped again. No service. Mine too, I said. Dale reached into the cab and took his radio receiver. Marlene, static. Marlene, you copy. The radio spat back a thin thread of noise. He tried again. Nothing. The church lot suddenly felt too open, too bright and too exposed under one buzzing lamp. Maple Street waited 30 yards away, black and wet, and lined with houses that should have had porch lights. Maddie pressed both hands together under her chin. She was trying not to cry and losing in small increments. Please. My brother's lips were getting gray. That sentence did what warnings had not. It made the choice simple. I turned to Dale. Take us. No, Dale, no. A 10-year-old can't breathe. I heard her. Then drive. His face had gone gray under the brim of his cap. If I take that cab down Maple and something blocks the road, I can't turn around until 5th. Not with cars parked on both sides. Not with the trees down low. Not if they've got the barricades out. I said. He looked at Maddie, then away. Maddie grabbed the passenger door handle. I'll pay. My mom will pay. I don't care. Dale locked the doors with a thunk. For a second, no one spoke. That tiny mechanical sound did more damage than shouting would have. Maddie took a step back as if he had hit her. I felt something old and reckless rise in me. What is wrong with you? I said. Dale rounded on me. You think I like this? I think you're refusing to help a kid. I'm trying not to make two more. The phrase landed and stayed there. Maddie whispered, I don't understand. Neither did I, not fully. And that was what kept pulling me forward. I could feel the old flaw working under my ribs, the need to know, the anger when someone else held the map. But now it had a second engine behind it. Tyler Voss in a dark house with dead phones and no nebulizer. This was no longer about pride. At least that's what I told myself. There's a volunteer fire station on Birch, I said. If we get to a phone there, locked after 9, Dale said. It's not 9. Volunteer meeting got canceled. They lock it when nobody's there. Langford's has a phone. Marlene told me to clear out. If she heard a Maple call, she may have already called state police. May have, Dale didn't answer. I opened my contacts and tried 911 anyway. The call blinked, connecting, then failed. Maddie made a low sound, almost a moan. I shouldn't have left him. How long ago? I asked. I don't know, 10 minutes, 15. Was he sitting up? Yes. Any inhaler? Empty. He used it after dinner. Neighbors, her mouth tightened. Mr. Calhoun didn't answer. The Hartley's car is gone. Your house had lights on, but I didn't. She stopped and looked at me more closely. You're 18, Maple. My dad is. I knocked. The rain seemed to pull back from my hearing for a second. You knocked at my house, Maddie nodded. On the side door. Somebody moved inside, but nobody opened. My father's walker. His bad hip. His fear of the dark house. His warning not to answer anyone from Maple. Dale's warning not to be kind just because they sounded scared. Everything overlapped in a way that made my thoughts slippery. What time? I asked. Before I came here, I don't know. My phone buzzed. One bar had returned just long enough to deliver a text. Dad, someone at door. Then another, time-stamped 2 minutes earlier, but arriving late. Dad, not opening then. Dad, Nora, where are you? I typed back. at church. Maddie Voss says Tyler can't breathe. Going to help. It didn't send. Maddie saw my face. Your dad's okay. I don't know. A practical person would have separated the problems. Tyler needed help. Dad needed reassurance. Police needed to be contacted. Dale had a functioning car but wouldn't use it. My phone barely worked. The rain was getting harder. Maple Street had no lights. Instead, all the problems braided together until the only clear action was movement. We go to my house first, I said. It's closer than hers. My dad has a landline. Maybe it's only dead on her end. He has a backup battery pack for his phone. We call 911 from there, then get Tyler. Maddie shook her head. Tyler can't wait. He may have oxygen, Dale said abruptly. I turned to him. Your dad, he said. After your mother, did they keep oxygen in the house? No, I don't think so. But I wasn't sure. After my mother died, Dad had shoved half the medical supplies into the downstairs closet because he could not throw them away and could not look at them. Tubing, gauze, pill organizers. Maybe a concentrator had been returned. Maybe not. Maddie stepped closer. Please, I know you don't know me, but please. There was no drama in her voice now, just exhaustion. Elise's voice came from behind us. Nora. She was running across 3rd under a yellow umbrella that had turned inside out in the wind. One of its metal ribs stuck up like a broken finger. Her small hatchback idled at the curb behind her, hazard lights blinking. Elise, I said, what are you doing? Arthur called me after you left. He said she saw Maddie and stopped. Oh God. Elise Morrill, I said quickly, because panic made me formal in absurd ways. Maddie Voss. Her brother Tyler is having an asthma attack. Phones are down. Dale won't drive. Dale glared at me. You are not driving, I said. Elise lowered the useless umbrella. Rain flattened her curls instantly. My car is here, Dale said. No, Elise looked at him. A child can't breathe. You think that makes your car magic? No, Elise said, and her voice shook, but she didn't look away. I think it makes my car a car. Dale stepped between her and Maple. You don't understand the road. I live 2 blocks from it. You live near it, not on it. The distinction mattered to him. I hated that it mattered to me too. Elise's hatchback gave a faint chime from across the street, the driver door still open. Hazard lights blinked amber across wet pavement. On, off, on, off. We can drive Oak, Elise said. Come down from the far side. That adds 15 minutes, Maddie said, maybe 20. Maple is faster, I said. Dale laughed once without humor. There it is. What? You all heard kid can't breathe, and now you'll do exactly what they want. Maddie's face crumpled. Who is they? Dale's radio crackled before he could answer. All of us froze. Marlene, Dale said, lunging halfway into the cab. Static. Then a voice came through, thin and broken. Not Marlene, a child's voice. Dale, Maddie made a sound like air had been punched out of her. Tyler, the radio hissed. Dale, please, the child's voice said. We need a ride. Dale did not touch the receiver. His mouth had gone slack. Maddie shoved past him toward the cab. Tyler, where are you? Dale grabbed her arm, not hard, but enough to stop her from climbing in. She twisted away. Don't answer, he said. That's my brother. That is not your brother on my radio. Maddie slapped him. The sound cracked under the rain. Dale let go. For a second, I thought he might shout. Instead, he stood there with one hand half raised, looking more broken than angry. The radio hissed again. This time, Marlene's voice cut through, frantic and very real. "Dale, do not respond to that transmission. State police line is busy. I'm trying county dispatch. Stay off Maple." Dale grabbed the receiver. "There's a medical emergency at 36 Maple. 10-year-old asthma attack." "I know," Marlene said. "Voss girl called from the house before the line dropped." Maddie sobbed once. "Then send someone." "I'm trying," Marlene said. "Ambulance is out on a rollover near Gallatin. Nearest unit is Coudersport. 25 minutes if they can get through. Fire chief isn't answering. 25 minutes. Maddie stared at the radio like it had personally betrayed her. Elise said, "We can get him out faster than that." Marlene's voice sharpened. "Who is that?" "Elise Morrill," Elise said, leaning toward the open taxi door. "I have a car. Elise, you listen to me. Do not." The radio popped and went dead. Dale banged the receiver against the dash. "Marlene, nothing." My phone buzzed once more. "Dad, side window broken." I read it twice because the words wouldn't arrange themselves. Side window broken. Then the screen went black. Not locked. Dead. I pressed the power button. "Nothing. My dad's house," I said. "Someone broke a window." Elise's hand went to her mouth. Maddie shook her head, crying openly now. "I need to go home." Dale looked between us, and I saw the calculation ruin him. A sick child, an injured older man, dead phones. No ambulance nearby. A street he believed was bait. Whatever had happened before, it had trained him well. But it had not made him heartless. "Trunk," he said suddenly. "What?" I asked. "Road flares. Flashlight, first aid kit." He pointed at Elise. "You drive Oak. Do not go down Maple from this corner, you hear me? Take Birch to Oak, come in behind the cemetery, park at Nora's back alley. If the road is blocked, you turn around, no arguing." "That will take too long," Maddie said. Dale opened his trunk. "Then run." Inside were jumper cables, an old blanket, a tire iron, orange road flares, and a heavy flashlight with duct tape around the handle. He handed me the flashlight. Its weight surprised me. "You get to your father's house," he said. "Call emergency services if any phone works. If not, you get his battery pack. You get any meds or supplies, and you keep moving to the Voss house." "You're coming?" I asked. Dale looked at Maple again. The dog down the street had stopped barking. That was worse. "I'll follow in the cab to the corner," he said. "No farther." Maddie started walking backward toward the dark street. "I'm going now." Elise caught her sleeve. "Not alone." Maddie tried to pull free. "My brother, not alone," Elise repeated, and this time there was steel under the fear. Rain ran off all our faces. The church lot lamp buzzed overhead. Somewhere down Maple, too far to place, glass broke again. A bright, brittle sound. Then a man shouted. Not words, just anger. My body moved before the rest of me agreed. I grabbed the groceries and shoved one bag at Dale. "Keep these." The medicine, I snatched the prescription bottle out and stuffed it into my coat pocket. "I've got it." Elise ran for her car. Maddie ran after her, limping on the shoeless foot. Dale cursed under his breath and struck a flare against its cap. Red light burst in his hand, smoking hard in the rain. For 1 second, Maple Street appeared in fragments. Wet trunks, shining curb, sagging power lines, a row of dark porches, and farther down, where my father's house should have been, a single upstairs window glowing weakly behind the rain. Then the flare smoke blew sideways, and the street went murky again. We had a plan now, not a good one. A plan made of fear and bad options. Elise's hatchback swung around from third, tires hissing, wipers thrashing. Dale shoved the flare into my hand, then pressed the flashlight against my chest. "Don't stop for anyone in the road," he said. Maddie climbed into Elise's passenger seat and shouted my name. I looked once at Dale. "What happened last time?" I asked. Even then, I asked. His face folded with something like grief. "Last time," he said. I stopped. Then Elise hit the horn. I ran for the car, and we turned away from the short road home toward the long way around Maple Street. We made it half a block before Dale's taxi radio, still loud through the open window behind us, crackled again. The child's voice came back, clearer this time. "Nora," it said. Elise slammed the brakes. Maddie screamed, and from somewhere behind us, down the dark mouth of Maple, my father's porch light blinked twice and went out. Elise didn't move after the radio said my name. The hatchback sat crooked in the lane on third, hazards blinking orange against the wet pavement. The windshield wipers slapped back and forth so fast they smeared the rain instead of clearing it. Beside me in the back seat, the road flare hissed and spat red smoke through the cracked open window, filling the car with the smell of sulfur and burnt paper. Maddie had twisted around in the passenger seat, one hand clamped over her mouth, her bare socked foot tucked under her, as if she could hide how badly she was shaking. "Elise," I said. Her knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "Nora, that radio. I know. It said your name. I know." Maddie made a thin, furious sound. "My brother is dying." That cut through us cleanly. Elise swallowed, shoved the car back into gear, and drove. We did not turn onto Maple from third. Dale's warning had stuck hard enough that even I didn't argue. Instead, Elise took third north past the Methodist church, away from my father's house and Maddie's brother, away from the easy 5-minute route that now looked less like a shortcut and more like a throat. The town slid by in wet pieces, the back of the library, the alley behind Finch's Hardware, the dark windows of the dentist's office. At Birch Avenue, she turned right, then followed it past the elementary school playground where swings knocked softly in the wind. Birch ran parallel to Maple for 4 blocks. Oak cut across behind the cemetery, then dropped down toward the alleys behind the Maple houses. That was the plan. Around, not through. On paper, it made sense. Car, it felt like we were losing time by the second. Maddie kept trying her phone, wiping the cracked screen on her hoodie until the fabric darkened with water and dirt. Nothing, come on. "Save the battery," Elise said. "My brother doesn't have battery." Elise flinched like she'd been slapped, but she kept driving. I tried my own phone again. Dead. The black screen reflected my face in brief flashes whenever we passed a street lamp. Rainwater dripped from my hair down my jaw and into my collar. My shoes squished every time I shifted my feet. In my pocket, Dad's prescription bottle pressed hard against my hip, a stupid, ordinary shape in the middle of all this. At the stop sign by the school, Elise braked too hard. The tires skidded a foot, maybe less, but Maddie yelped anyway. "Sorry," Elise said. No one told her it was okay. Across from us, the cemetery rose on a shallow hill behind a stone wall, old maples bending over the headstones. Oak Street ran along its lower edge, narrow and badly paved. There were no streetlights on this stretch, just Elise's headlights tunneling through rain and throwing every branch into motion. We turned onto Oak. Halfway down, we hit the first failure. A limb had come down across the road. Not a branch. A full limb, thick as my thigh, stripped raw and pale where it had split from the tree. It lay from the cemetery wall to the opposite ditch, tangled with smaller branches and a sagging cable that dipped low enough to touch the hood if we tried to push through. Elise stopped 20 feet back. "No," Maddie said. "No, no, no. It could be a phone line," Elise said. "Or live power," I said. Maddie reached for the door handle. I grabbed her shoulder. "Don't. My house is right there." "It's not right there. It's 2 streets over." She pulled free, tears mixing with rainwater on her cheeks. "You don't know what it's like hearing him breathe like that." I did not. That was true, and it shut me up for half a second. Elise put the car in park. "We can move the smaller branches, maybe drive around the big one." "That cable," I started. "I know." But she got out anyway. So did I, so did Maddie, before either of us could stop her. The rain outside had weight now. It beat through my coat, ran down the back of my neck, gathered in the cuffs of my sleeves. The road flare made everything close and red. Elise pointed the headlights at the limb while I held the flashlight. Its beam shook badly in my hand, not because the flashlight was weak, but because I was. "Stay away from the cable," Elise said. Maddie ignored her and grabbed a smaller branch. "Maddie, I heard you. We worked badly. That is the honest version. We were wet, scared, and rushing." Branches caught in our sleeves. Smaller twigs snapped back into our faces. Ease slipped on leaves and slammed one knee into the pavement hard enough that I heard the impact over the rain. She gasped and folded forward. "You okay?" I asked. "Fine, you're bleeding." "Fine." Blood ran from a rip in her tights, diluted instantly pink by the rain. Maddie kept dragging branches toward the ditch, her breath coming in harsh little grunts. She had lost her other shoe somewhere between the church and the car and had not noticed. Both socks were ruined. One heel had darkened with blood. The cable lifted suddenly. All 3 of us froze. For one stupid, frozen second, I thought something in the tree had pulled it. Then a man's voice shouted, "Hey, hey, get away from that." A flashlight beam hit us from the cemetery side. Maddie screamed. I swung Dale's flashlight toward the voice, ready to see someone standing between the headstones. Instead, a man in a yellow rain jacket climbed over the stone wall, nearly fell, and caught himself on a leaning monument. He held one hand up against our lights. "Don't touch that line." It was Mr. Harold Decker, 66, male, the cemetery groundskeeper and part-time janitor at the elementary school. A blunt, barrel-chested man with a white beard and a bad habit of yelling before explaining. He lived in the caretaker's cottage behind the cemetery and had probably come out because our headlights were shining across half the graves. "It's cable," he shouted. Not power, but the poles split down the block, and there's a transformer leaning like it's drunk. Misdirection, though I didn't know that word for it in the moment. For 10 seconds, he had been a shape among graves with a flashlight and a voice in the rain, and my mind had supplied the rest. Then he was just Harold Decker in rubber boots, angry and soaked, with mud up his calves. "Can we get around?" Elise called. "No, tree took half the ditch with it. Road's soft past there. We need to get to Maple." His face changed the same way Arthur's had. "Tiny, damning. Maple. A child's having an asthma attack," I said. 36 Maple. Harold swore and looked down Oak toward the dark. "Try the service lane behind the school. It comes out by the old paper mill road. You can cut back to 5th. "That adds more time," Maddie said. "It beats getting cooked by a wire if that pole goes." "There's no wire," Maddie snapped. "Not here, down there." He pointed with his flashlight. "You smell that?" At first, all I smelled was rain and flare smoke and wet leaves. Then under it, something sharp and mineral. Hot metal. Elise limped back to the car. "We go." Maddie stood in the road, trembling, looking past the limb as if she could force the street open by wanting it badly enough. "Maddie," I said, "my mom told me never to leave him when he's bad." "Your mom also told you to call Dales." That did it. Not kindly, but it moved her. We got back into Elise's car. Her hands shook so badly she missed the gear shift twice. The first attempt had failed, but it gave us something. The outage wasn't just lights. A tree had damaged lines near Oak. Whether by weather or design, the route around Maple was closing too. Elise turned the car around in a 3-point maneuver that became 5 points because the road was narrow, and she was trying not to put us in the ditch. The headlights swept across the cemetery wall, across Harold Decker standing in the rain, across headstones flashing white and vanishing. Then we drove back toward the school. Attempt 2 was my father's house. The school service lane was barely a road, just a cracked strip of asphalt running between the cafeteria loading dock and a chain link fence. We bumped along it slowly, branches scraping both sides of Elise's hatchback with dry fingernail sounds even through the rain. Past the dumpsters, the lane dropped behind the old paper mill, a squat brick building that had been empty since before I was born. From there, 5th Street ran south and met Maple at the far end, 2 blocks beyond Maddie's house. Dale had been right about one thing. Coming in from the far side felt different. The houses appeared from behind, not front on, their backyards strung with wet clotheslines and tilted sheds and trash cans rolling gently in the wind. Some homes had lights. Some didn't. Maple itself lay 1 street over, parallel to us, hidden behind fences and garages. "We stop at 18, I said. Maddie twisted toward me. "No, 36 first. My father's window is broken. My brother can't breathe. We need a working phone. We need his battery pack. Maybe supplies. That's not why you want to stop." Her words hit because they were partly true. Elise, caught between us, said, 18 is before 36 if we come from 5th, and turn down the alley. We check fast. 2 minutes. 1, Maddie said. I wanted to argue. I didn't. The alley behind Maple was narrower than I remembered. Gravel, mud, potholes filled to their rims. It ran behind the houses on the even-numbered side, 42, 40, 38, 36, then down toward 18. Garages leaned close. Fences pinched the lane until Elise had to slow to a crawl. Her headlights bounced over trash bins and stacked firewood and the pale squares of back doors. At 36 Maple, Maddie pressed both hands to the window. "My house," she said. It was dark except for a weak lantern glow in a downstairs window. "We'll come back," Elise said. Maddie looked at her with something close to hatred. Then we kept going. At 18 Maple, my father's house appeared the wrong way around. The back porch sagged under rain. The yard was a mess of wet leaves, the old grill, and the rusted metal ramp installed after Dad's surgery. The kitchen window was dark. The upstairs window, the one I had seen from the church lot, no longer glowed. Elise stopped beside the garage. "1 minute," Maddie said. I was already out. My legs felt half numb from cold. I nearly slipped crossing the yard and caught myself on the ramp rail. The metal was slick and freezing. Dale's flashlight beam cut across the siding, the trash cans, the small basement window. The side window by the downstairs bedroom had been smashed inward. Not cracked, smashed. Glass glittered across the wet sill and inside on the carpet. The curtain moved in the draft like someone breathing behind it. "Dad," I shouted. No answer. Elise limped up behind me, holding one of Dale's road flares unlit in her fist like a weapon. Maddie stayed by the car, bouncing on her toes, crying silently. I tried the side door. Locked. I fumbled for my keys, dropped them, swore, picked them up with wet fingers that barely worked. Inside, the house smelled wrong. Rain first, wet carpet, cold air. Then underneath it, something else. The bitter burnt smell of overheated wiring and the stale medicinal odor of my father's recliner, pill bottles, ointment, old coffee. Dad, the living room was empty. His walker lay on its side near the hallway. That undid me for a second. Elise touched my arm. "Nora." I forced myself forward. We found him in the downstairs bedroom, not hurt the way I had imagined, but trapped in a smaller, meaner way. He had wedged himself between the bed and the portable commode after trying to reach the window. His phone lay dead on the floor beside him. One hand gripped the bed frame so tightly the knuckles looked waxy. Thomas Keene, 64, male, my father, was a retired highway department mechanic with a broad chest gone soft after surgery, silver hair cut short by his own impatient hand, and a stubbornness so consistent it might as well have been a blood type. He looked smaller on the floor, furious about it too. "Don't turn on the light," he rasped. "Power's out." "Good." I knelt beside him. "Are you hurt?" "No." "That means yes." My hip-s screaming, "Help me up." Elise moved to his other side, but he jerked away. "Window." "What?" They were at the window. "Who?" He looked past me toward the broken glass. "Kids." Maddie shouted from outside. "We have to go." My father's eyes sharpened. "Who's that?" "Maddie Voss. Tyler's having an asthma attack." His face changed. Not surprise. Recognition. "Damn it," he said. "You knew." "Not now." "Yes, now. Nora, there's an albuterol inhaler in the kitchen drawer. Your mother's old spacer too, if it's still there." The room narrowed around that. "For Tyler?" I asked. "For whoever needs to breathe. Move. Second attempt. Get help. Get supplies. Call 911. Partial success. We got the supplies. No phone. Dad's landline was dead, the cord still plugged in, but the receiver giving only soft clicks. His backup battery pack sat on the kitchen counter at 9% and refused to charge my dead phone more than a flicker. Elise's phone showed one bar long enough to connect to emergency services, then dropped as soon as she said, "Medical emergency on Maple." The call failed. She stared at the screen. "They may have gotten that." "May," my father said from the hallway, leaning hard on his walker. His face had gone pale with pain. Sweat shone at his temples despite the cold. "You're not coming," I said. "Like hell, you can barely stand. I know this street." That sentence stopped me more than it should have. From outside came 3 quick knocks, not on the door, on the broken window frame. Tap, 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 everyone went still. Maddie appeared in the kitchen doorway, soaked and shaking. "There's someone by your garage." Elise whispered, "Did you see them?" "I saw a light." "A flashlight?" I asked. "I don't know, blue-white, like a phone." My father closed his eyes. "They're trying to split us." "Who are they?" "People," he snapped. "That enough for you?" It was. It had to be. We moved fast after that, not because we understood, but because standing still felt like being chosen. I shoved the inhaler, spacer, Dad's prescription bottle, and a half-working battery pack into a plastic grocery sack. Elise wrapped a dish towel around her bleeding knee. Maddie paced by the back door, whispering Tyler's name under her breath over and over. Then the hatchback horn blared outside. One long blast. We ran. The car was still in the alley, empty. Its driver's door hung open. The horn kept screaming, flat and mechanical, until Elise reached in and yanked something off the steering wheel, a bungee cord. Someone had hooked a black bungee cord from the wheel to the seat frame, pulling the horn down. Not a ghost, not a mystery of physics, a cheap trick, but it worked. My heart slammed like I had sprinted a mile. Elise held the cord up in the rain. "This was in my trunk." Maddie said, "Can we go now?" Then we saw the tires. Both passenger side tires were low, the front nearly flat, the rear hissing faintly around something silver jammed into the tread. Elise crouched despite her knee. Screws, not nails, screws. Bright drywall screws scattered in the mud beside the car, too many to be accidental. Dale's warning came back, if something blocks the road. The trap tightened in a way I could finally feel with my hands. My father gripped the porch rail. "You can't drive on those." "Spare?" I asked. "One spare won't fix 2 tires, Elise said. Maddie looked down the alley toward her house. "I'm running." I grabbed the plastic sack. "We all go," Dad said, "through the yards, not the alley. They'll expect the alley." "Who?" I asked again. He looked at me, rain running down the deep lines around his mouth. For the first time all night, he seemed less angry than ashamed. "Men who learned people stop for emergencies," he said, "and kids who learned from them." A porch light flicked on 2 houses down. Then another. Not warm yellow. A harsh portable lit glare from a backyard, aimed straight into the alley. We shielded our eyes. A voice called from somewhere beyond the light. Adult male, calm, "Ms. Voss, we're here to help Tyler." Maddie stepped forward automatically. My father caught her wrist. She fought him. "That's our neighbor." "No," Dad said. "It is." The voice called again. "Maddie, your mom sent us." That broke her. "My mom," she shouted. Elise clamped a hand over Maddie's mouth and pulled her back behind the garage wall. Maddie thrashed, sobbing into Elise's palm. The LED light swept left to right. Searching, my father whispered into the house. "No," Maddie choked. "Tyler." I looked at the sack in my hand, the inhaler, the spacer, the one useful thing we had managed to get. 36 Maple was 4 houses away by alley. Maybe 3 minutes on foot. Retreat meant leaving Tyler. Forward meant crossing dark yards, while someone used his name as bait. Behind us, from the far end of the alley, came the sound of an engine. Slow, crawling over gravel. Headlights appeared at 5th Street, too high and too wide to be Elise's car. A pickup eased into the alley, blocking the way we had come. Then another set of headlights flared at the other end, down toward 3rd. The alley was closed. Elise's disabled hatchback sat between us and the nearest gap. My father could not run. Maddie would not turn back. Tyler might be running out of air. The pickup at 5th stopped. A door opened. Boots splashed in the mud. My father looked at me and, with all his pride stripped down to fear, said, "Nora, no more questions. Move." So we moved. Not back, not out. Through the broken side window of my father's house, across the dark living room, and toward the front door that opened onto Maple Street itself. The one place everyone had been trying not to go. Behind us, someone knocked gently on the back door. 3 taps, patient, polite, and then the knob began to turn. The front door had 3 locks. My father had installed them after my mother got sick, not because the neighborhood was bad, he'd said, but because sleep changed when there were oxygen tanks in the living room and prescription bottles in every cabinet. A deadbolt, a chain, a sliding brass latch that never sat quite straight because the frame had swollen in summer humidity. That night, with someone turning the back doorknob behind us, those locks felt decorative. "Chain first," Dad whispered. His voice had shrunk to something rough and private. He stood in the hallway with both hands locked around his walker, shoulders hunched, face slick with sweat. Every step had cost him. I could hear it in the wet hitch of his breathing, the little bitten off noises he made when his bad hip caught. Elise stood beside him with one arm around his waist, trying to steady him without making it obvious. Maddie hovered behind me, clutching the plastic sack with the inhaler and spacer like it was a heart in a bag. At the back door, the knob stopped turning. 3 taps came again. Tap, tap, tap. Then a male voice, close enough that the wood made it sound deeper, said, "Mr. Keene, we saw your window S broken. We're just checking." My father's mouth tightened. "Do not answer," he whispered. "No kidding," I said, though my own voice barely came out. We moved toward the front room. The house had become a map of bad options. Behind us, kitchen, broken side window, back door, the alley, the pickups. Ahead, front porch, Maple Street, darkness, 4 houses to Tyler. To the left, stairs to the 2nd floor, useless unless we wanted to trap ourselves. To the right, the downstairs bedroom where Dad had fallen, where rain still pushed through the smashed window and fluttered the curtain. The front porch boards were slick under the door's lower gap. I could smell wet leaves, gutter water, and exhaust. Somewhere outside, the pickup idled with a steady diesel tick. Another engine answered from the far end of the block. They had both ends. "Who are they?" Elise whispered. Dad looked at Maddie, then at me. "Not all one thing. That's not an answer. It's the only one we have time for. Maddie shook her head. My brother, I know, he said, and something in his tone made her stop. Your house has a basement door. Outside stairs by the garage. Locked. I don't know, maybe. He nodded like he had expected that. Then we cut across front yards, not the sidewalk. Stay low by hedges. Nora, you take the flashlight, but keep it off unless you need to blind someone. Elise, you keep Maddie with you. Elise's face was gray. And you? I'm coming. No, I said. Dad looked at me. I know this street. You can't even cross the living room without Elise holding you up. Then hold me up faster. At the back door, something scraped low against the frame. Metal on wood, a screwdriver maybe, a pry bar. The sound stripped the room down to essentials. I slid the chain free. It rasped too loudly. Elise winced. Maddie pressed both hands over her mouth. Dad leaned close to me. His breath smelled faintly of coffee and pain medication. When I say run, you don't argue. I'm done taking orders from men who won't explain things. Flinched, and for one bitter second I was glad. Then he said, your mother called for help once, after a fall. A boy came to the door before the ambulance. 12, maybe 13. Said his little sister was choking. I opened it. The metal scraping stopped at the back door. Dad, I whispered. They used him to get me outside. 2 men came from the side yard. Took my wallet, phone, keys, knocked me down. Your mother was inside alone for 9 minutes. His eyes shone, but not with tears exactly. With something burned dry. She was alive when the ambulance got there. But after that, she never felt safe in this house again. The back door cracked, just a sliver. Cold air moved through the hall. Dad said, run. I opened the front door. Maple Street looked wider from the porch than it ever had in daylight. The rain softened the houses into dark blocks. No streetlights. No warm neighborhood glow. Just weak porch bulbs here and there, the kind people left on out of habit until someone unscrewed them or cut the breaker. Across the street, a swing moved on the Hartleys' porch, creaking under no weight but wind. We got down the steps badly. Dad almost fell on the second one. Elise caught him, her injured knee buckling. I grabbed the walker before it clattered. Maddie had already started toward the sidewalk, and I caught her hood. Yards, I hissed. She jerked away, but obeyed. Behind us, the front door banged wider. Hey, a man shouted. We crossed the lawn in a crouched, awkward line. Maddie first, barefoot in ruined socks, then me with the flashlight and the plastic sack, then Elise half-carrying Dad. The wet grass grabbed at our feet. A low hedge between our house and number 20 slapped water against my face as I pushed through it. Branches scratched my cheek. A light snapped on behind us. Not a porch light. A handheld lead beam swept over my father's lawn, white and hard. Thomas, the man called. You're going to hurt yourself. He sounded concerned. That was the worst part. He sounded like a neighbor who had brought in your trash cans. Maddie whispered, That's not Mr. Calhoun. No, Dad gasped behind us. Keep moving. We made it to number 22, then 24. Every yard had its own obstacles. A plastic playhouse slick with rain. A garden hose coiled like a black snake. A pile of firewood under a tarp that snapped in the wind. From somewhere down the street came the same dog bark as before, then a sharp yelp, then nothing. Maddie started crying without making noise. At 28, a motion light came on over the garage. All of us froze. The beam flooded the yard and caught us in it. A figure rose behind a rain barrel. Maddie screamed. The figure shouted, "Don't shoot." It was a boy. He couldn't have been more than 13, skinny, soaked, wearing a black hoodie 2 sizes too big, and holding his hands up so fast, he dropped a phone into the mud. His face was pale with terror. Dad raised the flashlight like a club. The boy said, "I'm not with them." "Name," Dad snapped. "Evan. Evan Rusk, please." Evan Rusk, 13, male, was the son of a woman who cleaned rooms at the motel off Route 6, and a father who had been in and out of county court for petty theft and assault since I was in middle school. I had seen Evan once at Langford's buying ramen and off-brand soda with a handful of change, a bruise yellowing under one eye. In the motion light, he looked less like a threat than a kid who had been scared so long it had become his posture. Maddie surged toward him. "Where, S. Tyler?" Evan pointed down the street. "At your house. He's inside. He was breathing when I left." "When you left," I said, "they made me knock at houses." "I didn't want to. Who made you?" Elise asked. The lead beam from behind us swept closer. Evan flinched hard. "Kurt and Shane. And Pete called her sometimes. They've been hitting houses since summer. They use kids because people open doors for kids." Dad whispered, "Calder." The name meant something to him. Evan snatched his phone from the mud and shoved it at me. "It has service if you stand by the Voss garage." I called 911, but hung up. Kurt saw me. I took it. The screen was cracked worse than Maddie's, but lit. "Why the radio?" I asked. Evan shook his head quickly. "Scanner app, old taxi frequency. Kurt has a radio from his tow truck. He was messing with Dale." The impossible thing became stupidly possible in one sentence. A radio, a scanner app, men with equipment, kids forced to knock, fear dressed up as folklore until nobody on Maple opened their doors. The light found the hedge behind us. Evan ducked. "Go," a man shouted. "Evan." The boy bolted across the yard toward a detached shed. A second later, something hit the shed wall with a flat wooden crack. A thrown tool, maybe. Not a gunshot. Not yet. But my body didn't care about the difference. We ran again. Dad couldn't keep up. By 32 Maple, he was dragging his right leg, the walker catching in wet soil. Elise had one arm under his shoulder and was making small animal sounds through clenched teeth because her knee was bad and getting worse. "Leave me," Dad said. "Shut up," Elise said. It was the first time I had heard her talk to him like that. Maddie was at the Voss fence now, clawing at the gate latch. It stuck. I reached her and found the latch jammed with a piece of wire twisted through it. Not rust, not storm damage. Wire I yanked until it cut my palm. Pain flashed hot and immediate. Blood ran slick between my fingers. "Move," Dad said. He had caught up somehow. He took the tire iron from under his coat. I stared. "Where did you get that?" "Dale's trunk. You think I came empty?" He wedged it under the latch and leaned his whole weight on it. His face twisted. The metal shrieked once. The latch snapped. We shoved through. 36 Maple backed onto the alley, but the front yard was open, edged with 2 overgrown lilac bushes and a porch swing moving in the rain. The house was dark except for the lantern glow Maddie had mentioned. It came from the living room, low and yellow, flickering against the curtains. Maddie ran up the steps. "Maddie, wait," I shouted. Too late. She opened the door. No one grabbed her. No one rushed out. The house breathed cold air, and the smell of damp carpet, dust, and something chemical, like spilled cleaning fluid. "Tyler," she screamed. A faint wheeze answered. That sound pulled all of us inside. Tyler Voss, 10 male, was on the living room floor propped against the couch, knees drawn up, one hand clawed in his shirt. He was small, freckled, with wet hair plastered to his forehead, and lips tinged a frightening gray-blue. Beside him sat a dead nebulizer machine, its tubing coiled uselessly. A battery lantern glowed on the coffee table. A kitchen chair had been shoved under the front doorknob from the inside. He saw Maddie and tried to say her name. Nothing came out but a whistle. Maddie dropped beside him. I'm here. I got help." "Spacer," I said. My hands fumbled the sack. I dropped the prescription bottle, then the inhaler, then grabbed both. The cut in my palm burned. Blood smeared the white plastic spacer. Elise crouched, wincing, and took over because she was calmer with sick people than I was. "Tyler, I'm Elise. I'm going to help you take this. Slow as you can, okay?" He nodded weakly. "One puff. Seal the spacer, breathe." His first breath rattled so badly Maddie made a broken sound. "Again?" I asked. "Wait 30 seconds, Elise said. Outside, a vehicle rolled past the house with headlights off. We all heard it. Tires through water. Slow engine. Gravel clicking under tread. Dad moved to the window and pulled the curtain back with 2 fingers. "Pick up," he whispered. Stopped at the curb. "Elise," I said. "Again," she said, and pressed the inhaler. Tyler breathed. A little better this time. Not good. Better. Evan had said the phone had service by the garage. I held up his muddy phone and watched one bar flicker into being, then vanish, then return. I dialed 911. It rang. Once. Twice. A dispatcher answered. 911, what's your emergency?" I almost sobbed at the plainness of her voice. "Medical emergency and active break-in threat," I said, words tumbling. 36 Maple Street, Barrow Falls. 10-year-old asthma attack, no power, phones out, possible armed suspects outside, vehicles blocking alley. "Ma'am, slow down." "What town?" "Barrow Falls, Pennsylvania, Maple Street, please. Ambulance and police." The line crackled. Outside, someone stepped onto the porch. The boards complained under the weight. The dispatcher said, "Units are already being advised." The call dropped. I stared at the phone. "Did they get it?" Maddie asked. "Yes," I lied. Then I corrected myself because this night had been built out of half-truths. Enough, maybe. Dad moved away from the window. Back door. We all looked. The Voss house had a front door to Maple, a kitchen door to the side driveway, and a back mudroom door leading toward the garage and alley. If the pickup was in front and the alley was blocked, the garage yard was our only space left. But it was also where Evan said the phone worked. Elise gave Tyler a third puff. His lips looked a little less gray, though his breathing still sawed in and out too fast. "He needs oxygen," she said. "Hospital, Not just this, Dad nodded. We don't have time to wait inside. Maddie looked at him like he had suggested drowning her brother. He can't run. I know. The front doorknob rattled. Maddie had locked it behind her, but the chair under the knob scraped an inch. A man outside said, "Maddie, open up. Your mom called us." Maddie's face went blank with panic. Tyler wheezed, "No, one word, enough." The man outside heard him. "Buddy, we're here to help." Dad raised Dale's tire iron. Elise whispered, "We need a distraction." I looked at the battery lantern, the dead nebulizer, the kitchen, the old cleaning smell, the road flare in my coat pocket, damp but wrapped in plastic. Not fire. Not in a house with a child who couldn't breathe. Then I saw the nebulizer tubing. "Dad," I whispered, "can we get to the breaker panel, basement?" "No." "Why?" "Because when lights come on, people look." He understood half a second before I finished. The power wasn't fully out everywhere. Some houses had power. The Voss house might have tripped breakers, or someone might have cut exterior lines, or the damaged transformer might have killed only parts of the block. The battery lantern sat there because nobody had tried the panel, or someone wanted the house dark. "Where's the basement?" I asked Maddie. "Kitchen stairs." The front door slammed inward an inch, then caught on the chair. Maddie screamed. Dad shouted, "Go." I ran to the kitchen with the flashlight off. The basement door was beside the fridge. It opened to wooden stairs that smelled of dust, damp concrete, and old cat litter. I nearly fell halfway down because my wet shoes slipped. My shoulder hit the wall. Pain flared down my arm. The breaker panel was at the bottom, gray metal, labeled in faded marker. I flipped the main. Nothing. I flipped it back, then the individual breakers. Kitchen, nothing. Living room, nothing. Porch. A pop sounded upstairs. Then light exploded outside. Not inside. Outside. The front porch floodlight came on, hard and white, aimed straight at the man on the steps. He froze with a crowbar raised in both hands. For one clear second, I saw him through the small basement window well, mid-30s, shaved head, rain jacket, tattoo on his neck, face slack with surprise. Kurt, I guessed. Then Dad hit him. Not heroically, not cleanly. Dad opened the front door just enough and drove the tire iron into the man's wrist through the gap. The crowbar dropped. Kurt screamed and stumbled backward off the porch steps. Everything happened fast after that. A second man charged from the side of the porch. Elise slammed the door shut. The chair splintered. Maddie dragged Tyler toward the kitchen, one arm under his shoulders. He was too weak to help much, feet sliding uselessly. I came up from the basement as the front door burst open. The second man entered low and hard, shoulder first, knocking the broken chair aside. He was tall, lean, with a soaked denim jacket and a red face twisted more by panic than rage. Dad swung the tire iron again. Missed. The man shoved him. Dad fell. The sound he made when he hit the floor was worse than the radio voice. Human, old, final in the moment. I hit the man with Dale's flashlight, not his head. I was aiming for his head. I caught his cheek and collarbone. The flashlight bounced out of my bloody hand and clattered across the floor. He roared and grabbed my coat. Elise came from the side with the battery lantern and smashed it against his ear. Plastic cracked. The light went out. Maddie screamed Tyler's name. Tyler wheezed from the kitchen doorway. Darkness swallowed the room, except for the porch floodlight behind the intruder, turning him into a black shape with rain shining on his shoulders. He dragged me forward by the coat. I slipped. My cut hand slid on the wet floor. He raised one fist. Then Maddie stabbed him in the thigh with the spacer. Not a knife, not a weapon. A plastic asthma spacer jammed with all her strength into the soft muscle above his knee. It didn't do much damage. It shocked him. He let go of me long enough for Elise to kick his bad leg out from under him. She screamed when her injured knee took the weight, but he went down. I grabbed the dropped crowbar from near the doorway and swung it into the floor beside his face, close enough that wood splintered. "Stay down," I shouted. My voice didn't sound like mine. Outside, Kurt was still cursing on the lawn. The pickup engine revved. From the back of the house came another sound. Sirens. Distant, but real. A thin, rising wail from the direction of Birch. For half a breath, no one moved. Then the man on the floor scrambled backward, hands raised. I'm done, Kurt shouted. Shane crawled toward the front door. Dad was on the floor, curled around his hip, breathing through his teeth. Elise had both hands pressed to her knee now, face wet with rain and tears. Maddie was beside Tyler again, trying to keep him upright. Sirens grew louder. The pickup in front lurched away, tires spitting gravel. Another engine answered from the alley. Doors slammed. Someone shouted for Evan. A dog started barking again, alive and furious. I stumbled to the porch with the crowbar in both hands. The floodlight showed Maple Street stripped of its mystery. It was ugly, not haunted. A pickup fishtailing away toward 3rd. A second vehicle reversing too fast at the far end. Screws glittering in puddles near the curb. A boy in a black hoodie crouched behind a trash can across the street with both hands over his head. Dale's taxi stopped crooked at the corner, headlights blazing down Maple at last, horn blaring without pause. Dale had come onto the street. Behind him, red and blue lights bounced off wet trees. Not sudden saviors. Too late for that, but not too late for what was left. Marlene must have reached someone. My broken 911 call must have helped. Dale must have decided that refusing Maple wasn't the same as abandoning everyone on it. He leaned out of his taxi window and shouted, "Get the boy out." I turned back inside. Tyler's breathing was still bad. Elise's knee had swollen. Dad couldn't stand. My hand bled steadily onto the crowbar. Maddie looked like she might collapse and kept saying, "Breathe with me, Ty. Breathe with me. Please." We got Tyler to the porch as the first state police cruiser skidded to a stop behind Dale's cab. Trooper Leela Grant, 41 female, stepped out into the rain with one hand on her holstered weapon and the other raised toward us. Her dark uniform was slick under the floodlight, and her voice was sharp enough to cut through everything. Hands where I can see them, I dropped the crowbar. It hit the porch with a heavy, final sound. Dale shouted, "They're victims. Kid can't breathe." A second trooper ran past her toward the retreating pickup. Dale grabbed the medical bag from the cruiser before anyone told him not to and brought it up the steps. Grant followed, saw Tyler, and her command face shifted into triage. Ambulance is 3 minutes out, she said. Keep him sitting. Who used the inhaler? Elise, I said. Elise lifted one shaking hand from the floor. Good, Grant said. You did good. No one looked like they believed her. Shane, the man from the living room, tried to crawl through the doorway while everyone looked at Tyler. Dad saw him. He hooked one foot around the broken chair leg and shoved it into Shane's path. Shane tripped, went flat, and Trooper Grant had him cuffed before he could roll over. Dad looked at me from the floor. For the first time all night, he almost smiled. Then his eyes fluttered, and he passed out. The ambulance arrived in a wash of white and red light that made the rain look like wires falling from the sky. Paramedics took Tyler first, then Dad, then Elise, though she argued until she tried to stand and nearly vomited from pain. Maddie refused to leave Tyler's side and climbed into the ambulance with one sock missing, one hand wrapped around his. I stayed on the porch because no one had told me where else to go. Maple Street filled with people pretending they had not been afraid of it for months. Troopers, a volunteer firefighter in jeans and a turnout coat, Harold Decker from the cemetery, arriving breathless with a bolt cutter, Arthur Langford in his butcher's apron under a raincoat. Even Marlene's voice came over Dale's radio, asking for updates in a voice that kept cracking. Kurt was caught 2 blocks away after crashing the pickup into a ditch near the Methodist church. Pete Calder got away that night. Evan sat in the back of Dale's cab, wrapped in the old trunk blanket, shaking so hard the whole car seemed to tremble with him. Dale stood beside me under the Voss porch roof, rain dripping from the brim of his cap. For a while, neither of us spoke. Then he said, "Last time I stopped, I thought I caused it. I watched the ambulance doors close around my father. Tonight you stopped," I said. He wiped his face with one hand. "Yeah, down the block, the streetlights on Maple flickered once. Then, one by one, they came on. They didn't make the street safe. They just showed us what had been there all along." By morning, Maple Street looked almost ordinary. That was the worst part. Rain had scrubbed the pavement clean. The screws in the gutter were gone, swept into evidence bags or storm drains, and the tire tracks in the Voss yard had softened into muddy ruts that could have belonged to any delivery truck. The streetlights worked again. Wet leaves stuck to windshields. A blue recycling bin lay on its side near the Hartley's porch, turning slowly whenever the wind caught its open lid. If you had driven through Barrow Falls at 8 that morning, you might have seen 2 state police cruisers parked at the curb, yellow tape on the Voss porch, and Dale Haskett's taxi sitting outside Langford's market with its hood up. But you wouldn't have understood why every curtain on Maple Street moved when a car slowed down. I spent the first hours after the ambulance ride in a plastic chair at Coudersport Hospital with my left hand wrapped in gauze and my father asleep behind a curtain. The emergency room smelled like disinfectant, burnt coffee, and wet coats steaming on people's shoulders. Every few minutes, someone's shoes squeaked down the hall, and I flinched before I could stop myself. They stitched my palm where the gate wire had cut it. 7 stitches. The doctor told me I was lucky it hadn't sliced deeper, then looked at my chart and asked if I had a safe place to go home to. I almost laughed. Instead, I said, "Not sure yet." My father had dislocated nothing, which he considered a victory. But he had strained the muscles around the hip replacement badly enough that the surgeon on call used words like setback and observation. He hated that. He hated the hospital gown. He hated the bed alarm. He hated that every nurse called him Thomas in the gentle, careful tone people use for men who are used to being obeyed and suddenly can't get to the bathroom alone. When he woke around 5, his first words were, "Tyler." "He's alive," I said. Dad closed his eyes. Tyler Voss had been admitted 2 floors up. Severe asthma exacerbation, triggered by cold, stress, and being stuck in a dark house with no working nebulizer. That was how the doctor said it. Maddie said it differently when I saw her later near the vending machines, wrapped in a hospital blanket with a paper cup of orange juice shaking in both hands. "He kept asking if I left him," she said. "You came back. I left first. You went for help." Her mouth twisted like she wanted to believe me, and hated that belief would not come easily. Her feet were bandaged. One heel had split open from running on gravel and wet pavement. Her mother, Celia Voss, 39, female, arrived from the nursing home still wearing her scrub top and badge, hair falling out of a bun. Face gone blank in the way people look when fear has used up the obvious expressions. She thanked me 3 times. She thanked Elise. She tried to thank my father, but he pretended to be asleep. That was Dad. Elise had a sprained knee, deep bruising, and a small fracture along the edge of the kneecap. She got a brace, crutches, and an expression from the ER physician that made it clear she would not be shelving library books for a while. When I found her in the hallway, she was staring at a vending machine full of chips like it had personally betrayed her. "I wanted pretzels," she said. "They're right there. I can't bend down." I bought her 2 bags. She cried when I handed them to her, then laughed because she was crying over pretzels, then cried harder because pain and relief do not wait their turns. Dale came in around 6:30. He looked as if he had aged 10 years between the church lot and sunrise. His cap was gone, his gray hair flattened in damp ridges, and there was a strip of medical tape across his cheek where flying glass or gravel had caught him. He stood just inside the waiting area with both hands in the pockets of his coat, scanning faces like he expected someone to ask him why he hadn't done more sooner. No one did. Maddie saw him first. She got up slowly, limping, and crossed the room. Dale braced himself. She hugged him, not long, not gracefully. She pressed her forehead against his chest for 1 second, then stepped back and wiped her face with her sleeve. "You came," she said. Dale nodded once. "Late," he said. "Still." He looked away. Trooper Leela Grant interviewed us in shifts after sunrise. She had a calm, square way of sitting, notebook balanced on one knee, eyes tired but steady. She didn't rush anyone, but she also didn't let us drift into rumors. Names, times, routes. Who said what vehicles, what weapons, what we touched. When I told her about the taxi radio voice saying my name, she nodded like it fit a shape she was already seeing. "Found a handheld radio in the ditch behind the Calder place," she said, "and 2 phones with scanner apps. They were monitoring local channels. Not sophisticated exactly. just enough to scare people who already had reason to be scared. "Kurt," I asked. "In custody, broken wrist. Shane too. Both asking for lawyers now." Pete called her pen stopped moving. "Not yet." That was all she said. But later, while Dad was being taken for imaging, I overheard 2 deputies near the coffee machine. Pete Calder's truck had been found behind the closed paper mill, with the doors open and the keys still in it. No Pete. Muddy boot prints led toward the creek path and disappeared where the rain had turned the bank into soup. I didn't repeat that to Maddie. There are things you share because people deserve the truth, and things you hold for a few hours because the person is still shaking too hard to carry one more fact. Evan Rusk gave his statement from a room near pediatrics, with a social worker present. I only saw him through the narrow window in the door. He sat hunched in a sweatshirt too big for him, both hands around a paper cup, while Trooper Grant spoke gently, and a woman from County Child Services wrote things down. He looked younger in daylight, not innocent exactly. That word felt too simple, but used, thin, exhausted. By noon, the basic story had come together. Kurt Rusk, Evan's uncle, had been running small thefts with Shane Marrow and Pete Calder since summer. He started with unlocked garages and sheds, gas cans, power tools, prescription bottles. Then they found something that worked better than breaking in: fear plus courtesy. A child knocking in the rain, a girl crying near a dark porch, someone calling from a blocked number saying their mother had fallen. People opened doors because people are built to open doors for emergencies, until they weren't. Maple Street changed by degrees. Dale stopped taking fares there after the first attack involving the barefoot woman. My father installed locks and told himself he was protecting Mom, then told himself he was protecting me by not explaining the worst of it. Arthur warned people in half sentences. Elise walked fast past Maple after dark and hated herself for it. Marlene logged calls she couldn't prove were connected. Everyone carried a piece. Nobody laid all the pieces on the table. That was how a street got haunted without ghosts. By people refusing to look too closely at what other people had done. 3 days later, Dad came home with a walker he hated more than the old walker, and a printed physical therapy schedule he pretended to misplace. I stayed in the downstairs bedroom with him for the first week because he was not supposed to manage stairs, and because neither of us said aloud that he didn't want to sleep alone. The broken side window had been boarded over by then. Arthur fixed it himself, muttering about sloppy work and cheap plywood. Elise sat at the kitchen table with her knee propped on a chair, reading out instructions she had found on how to install motion lights, because fear made her practical, and the library was closed for 2 days after the storm damage anyway. Maddie visited once with her mother and Tyler. Tyler was thin, quiet, embarrassed by everyone's attention, and carrying a new rescue inhaler in a zippered pouch around his neck. He thanked Elise for helping him breathe. He thanked my father for the medicine. When he thanked me, he looked at the floor. "You did good," Dad told him. Tyler shrugged. I cried. So did grown-ups. Tyler glanced at him, suspicious. Dad said, "Don't tell anybody." That got the smallest smile out of him. Maddie looked different in daylight too. Not less frightened, just older. She stood beside her brother with one hand on the back of his chair, eyes moving to every window whenever a car passed. She asked me if I remembered what the man on the porch had said about her mom sending him. I remember, I said. My mom never calls them by first names, she said. She would have said Mrs. Voss or Celia if it was work. Not Mom. I should have known. You were scared. I should have known. That kind of guilt does not listen to logic. I knew because mine didn't either. I kept replaying my own choices, snapping at Marlene, refusing to get back in Dale's taxi, asking questions when we should have moved faster. Every version ended with me doing something smarter earlier. Every version ignored that none of us had the full map. Dad and I finally talked about Mom on the 5th night. The power was on. The new motion light outside kept flicking awake every time rain slid off the maple branches. Dad sat in his recliner with a blanket over his legs, pretending to watch a baseball rerun. I sat on the couch, wrapping fresh gauze around my hand. She knew, I asked. He didn't ask what. She knew enough, he said. And you didn't tell me. You were in Pittsburgh. I had a phone. You were building a life. I laughed once quietly. That's generous. He looked at me then. The television painted blue light across the side of his face. You came back because I needed help. Hated that so much I made it harder on you. It was the closest he had come to saying thank you. I tied the gauze too tight, loosened it, then said, I ask too many questions. You ask until someone tells the truth. That's not always the same thing. No, he said, but that night it probably saved us. We let that sit there. Outside, a car slowed near the house. Both of us stopped breathing in the casual, practiced way we had already learned. Tires hissed on wet pavement. The car moved on. Dad reached for the remote and lowered the television volume anyway. Dale resumed driving 5 days after the arrests. The first handwritten sign taped inside his cab said, No maple after dark. By the end of the week, someone had crossed out no and written yes in black marker. Dale left it that way. People noticed. At first, nobody called him from Maple unless they had to. Then Mrs. Hartley needed a ride to her cataract appointment. Then Celia Voss needed Tyler taken to a follow-up when her car wouldn't start. Then Dad had physical therapy in town, and Dale pulled right up to our curb at 7:30 in the morning, meter off, eyes forward. Dad stood on the porch with his walker. Dale rolled down the window. You coming or admiring the weather? Dad said. Your rear tire's low. Your mouth still works. They looked at each other for one long second. Then Dad laughed. Not a big laugh. Nothing that fixed anything. Just a dry, surprised bark of sound that made Dale look down at the steering wheel and blink hard. The legal part moved slower. Kurt Rusk and Shane Marrow were charged with burglary, assault, reckless endangerment, interference with emergency communications, and half a dozen other things that sounded official enough to be satisfying, until you remembered Tyler on the floor. Evan was placed with his grandmother outside town, while prosecutors decided how to handle his role. Trooper Grant called me twice for clarifications. Marlene's dispatch logs became evidence. Arthur gave a statement about odd calls and people loitering near the market. Harold Decker handed over photos he had taken of the damaged line on Oak and tire tracks near the cemetery road. Pete Calder stayed missing. That became the sentence people dropped into ordinary conversations and then stepped around. Nice weather for drying leaves. Pete Calder's still missing. Did you hear the bakery might reopen? The town did what towns do. It made routines around the bruise. Porch lights got brighter. Motion sensors sold out at Finch's Hardware. The volunteer fire station started keeping someone on call during storms. Parents told kids not to answer doors, then struggled with how to say the rest without teaching them the world was made entirely of traps. Maple Street looked safer. It did not feel innocent. 2 weeks after the storm, I walked to Langford's alone for the first time. Dad needed milk and, according to him, bread that isn't birdseed. My stitches pulled when I carried the bag, so Arthur double-bagged it before I asked. "You okay walking?" he said. "No," he nodded. "Still doing it?" "Yeah." Elise was at the counter on crutches, arguing with him about whether library fines should be forgiven after attempted murder. Arthur said no policy covered that. Elise said that was why policies had margins. For a few minutes, it was almost funny. Then the bell over the door rattled, and every head in the store turned. Just a delivery man with a hand truck. He froze under our collective stare. He said. "Soda order," Arthur rubbed his face. Elise looked down. I laughed because otherwise I might have apologized too hard. On the walk home, dusk gathered early under the trees. Maple Street was damp, cold, and full of normal noises. A dryer thumping somewhere, a dog collar jingling, leaves dragging over pavement, Tyler Voss coughing once on his porch before Celia called him back inside. Dale's taxi rolled past me, slowed, and stopped at the curb. "You need a ride?" he asked. "I'm 3 houses away." Didn't ask distance. I looked at the back seat, the pine tree air fresheners, the radio clipped under the dash. "No," I said, "but thanks." He nodded and drove on. I watched him stop at the Voss house. Maddie came out with Tyler, both of them wearing coats, both looking smaller under the porch light than people should after surviving something. Dale got out and opened the door for them. He did not rush them. He did not look toward the dark end of the block. I kept walking. At home, Dad had left the porch light on and the front door unlocked for exactly the amount of time it took me to climb the steps. When I came in, he called from the living room. "That you?" "No," I said. "Traveling bread salesman. Any rye?" "Absolutely not." The house smelled like coffee and dust, and the lemon cleaner Elise had bullied us into using. The boarded window had been replaced with real glass that morning. The locks still clicked too loudly when I closed them. Later, after Dad fell asleep in his recliner, and the television asked nobody whether they or a loved one had been injured in an accident, I went to the kitchen for water. My phone sat charging on the counter. It buzzed once. Unknown number. No message at first. Just a missed call notification from a number with our local exchange. I stared at it until the screen dimmed. Then a voicemail appeared. I didn't play it right away. That's the truth. For almost a full minute, I stood in my own kitchen, listening to the refrigerator hum and the faint tick of rain starting again against the new glass, and I let fear make all the old shapes. Then I pressed play. static, a breath, not a child's voice, not a man's threat, just rain or bad signal or a pocket dial from someone's damaged phone still out there in a ditch. Then, very faintly, 3 taps. Tap, tap, tap. The message ended. I saved it for Trooper Grant. I did not wake my father, but I checked every lock twice before I went upstairs. And when Dale's taxi passed our house at 11:17 that night, slow and steady beneath the working streetlights, I watched from behind the curtain until his taillights disappeared at the end of Maple. Not because I thought the street was haunted, because now I knew it was. And somehow, that was harder to sleep with. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.